Chapter 626 No need, let him fend for himself. At this time, Lu Chen didn't know that his every move was actually being monitored by a higher level world, and many of the things he did were known to others. Lu Chen's other identity is the ninth child of Emperor Shenyu of the Xia Dynasty in the Qianyuan world. Hundreds of years ago, Emperor Shenyu went crazy and killed all his children with his own hands, placed their souls in soul beads, and then sent people to various worlds to experience them. In those worlds where the prince's soul beads were released, Emperor Shenyu prepared various resources. For example, in the world where Lu Chen lived, Emperor Shenyu prepared various forces, various techniques, secrets, and various other resources. Training resources. They even prepared a spaceship that could leave that world. When Emperor Shenyu heard that Lu Chen was addicted to women, he gave a cold drink and said, "The Xia dynasty does not need waste." Hearing this, He Ying instantly understood what Emperor Shenyu meant. "Yes, I understand." Then the shadow left the yard. After a while, somewhere in the palace of the Xia dynasty, a woman wearing a bright red phoenix robe and a beaded phoenix crown was looking at the huge palace suspended in the sky. Soon, a figure appeared behind the woman. "Meet the queen." The woman didn't even say no, she asked coldly, "What did your majesty say?" The visitor replied, "Your majesty said that the Xia dynasty does not need waste." Hearing this, the woman smiled softly, "The Xia dynasty really doesn't need waste." At this time, the man asked, "Then do we need to take action?" Queen Shenyu said calmly, "No need, let him fend for himself. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a demon in that lower world. Although Lu Chen has a noble bloodline and is naturally stronger than others, it is a pity that he does not have enough training resources and he is destined to be unable to grow up." When people were arranging resources, Queen Shenyu had people manipulate her. She had people put away all the important cultivation resources and techniques. In a world like Tianchen world, which is a low-level world with very insufficient spiritual power, without the cultivation resources and cultivation techniques prepared in advance, it would be impossible for Lu Chen to grow up. Lu Chen would only have one end in the end, and that would be to be hidden in Tianchen, kill the demons of the world. After hearing what Queen Shenyu said, the man kneeling behind him said, "I understand." Queen Shenyu then said, "Step back." "Yes." After the man left, Queen Shenyu raised her hand and waved, and a picture appeared in front of her. In the screen, Lu Chen was frantically typing to Chu Yukan. Seeing this scene, she sneered and said, "The son of the mighty Emperor Shenyu actually sinks to the point where he only lies on women's bellies every day. It's ridiculous." Although Queen Shenyu could see some scenes about Lu Chen at this time, she didn't know that Lu Chen had destroyed the demon in Tianchen world. A month later, Yongxiangxian also left. After a month of nourishment by Lu Chen, Yongxiangxian's strength has basically returned to the 10th level of heaven and human, and the injuries on her body are gone. Now Yunxianxian only needs to go to a place with abundant spiritual energy to quickly restore his strength. Not long after Yunxianxian left, Wu Yunhuan also gave birth. Logically speaking, Wu Yunhuan and the others had already learned the rejuvenation technique, so Wu Yunhuan was able to give birth smoothly without Lu Chen being present, but Lu Chen still came to Wu Yunhuan's room in person. Wu Yunhuan was lying on the couch at this time. She looked very good and did not look like she was about to give birth at all. At this time, Chu Yukan and the others were still in the room, talking and laughing around Wu Yunhuan. After seeing Lu Chen coming, Lu Chen's other wives and concubines quickly moved out of the way to let Lu Chen come over. Lu Chen walked to Wu Yunhuan's bed and sat down, smiling and asked, "Yunhuan, how are you feeling now?" Wu Yunhuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine. The child probably wants to play more and won't come out." Wu Yunhuan knows how to rejuvenate herself, and she can clearly feel what the child in her belly is doing. Lu Chen raised his hand, put it on Wu Yunhuan's belly, and while stroking it, he said, there is a child that has been shrinking in mother's belly and can't come out. You bastard, come out quickly. While talking, Lu Chen instilled a lot of spiritual power into Wu Yunhuan. The next moment, the baby's cry of wow wah wah rang out in the room. The midwife in charge of delivering the baby quickly got busy. The one who cut the umbilical cord and gave birth to the baby. Child wipes body wipes. After a while, the child was held in front of Wu Yunhuan. Wu Yunhuan was thinking about using the rejuvenation hand to restore her strength and repair her body. She found that Lu Chen's hand was still on her belly and was still flowing. To instill refreshing spiritual energy into yourself. It didn't take long for Wu Yunhuan's body to recover. Wu Yunhuan picked up her child with a maternal smile on her face. This was her first child and she never thought she would have a baby so soon. At this time, Wu Yunhuan looked at Lu Chen and asked, Your Majesty, can you think of a name for the child? Without even thinking about it, Lu Chen said, I've already thought about it, let's call him Lu Yunjia. Wu Yunhuan said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. Having said this, Wu Yunhuan began to coax the baby in her arms and used her rejuvenating hands to comfort the baby. Seeing their mother and son, Lu Chen felt very warm and couldn't help but smile on his face. But at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. He glanced at the system panel in front of him in confusion. There was no movement at all on the system panel. How is this going? Wu Yunhuan's child has been born, why haven't the system rewards arrived yet? If it were in the past, the system rewards would come as soon as the child was born. This was the first time he encountered a situation where the system reward did not arrive immediately, which gave Lu Chen a very bad premonition. Lu Chen then asked in his mind, System, where is my reward? After Lu Chen finished speaking, the system did not respond, as if it had disappeared. Lu Chen frowned, but he relaxed in an instant. He pretended to be calm, smiled at the wives and concubines in the palace and said, You guys chat slowly, I have something else to do, so I will go out first. Lu Chen's wives and concubines didn't take it seriously. Naturally, they didn't know what happened. Lu Chen immediately used apparition and went directly to the Imperial Study Room. After entering the Imperial Study Room, Lu Chen's smile instantly froze and he called the system again. System, where is my reward? System? Where have you been? System, you won't run away, will you? After calling many times, the system did not respond. At this time, Lu Chen was very nervous. Everything he had came from the system, and now the system had disappeared. How could he not be nervous? End of chapter. Chapter 627. Has the system been upgraded? After calling the system many times, there was no response from the system. Lu Chen sat down on the chair where he usually handles government affairs. However, the panic expression on his face disappeared and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He suddenly felt that his body became extremely relaxed, as if he felt relieved when he knew that he was about to wake up from a sweet dream. From the day he got the system, he knew that there must be some conspiracy behind the system, or that the system would leave him sooner or later. So he was thinking at that time that he must enjoy it while the system was still there. Now he has already enjoyed what he should enjoy. If it were in his previous life, he would not have the power and status he has now, nor would he have so many beautiful wives and concubines. In terms of personal pursuits, he has already obtained everything he wanted in his previous life, and there is nothing he is dissatisfied with. Lu Chen said to himself at this time, Come on, let me take a good look at who is behind this and who is controlling all this. Just when Lu Chen was mentally prepared to welcome the truth, he found that nothing happened. There is still no sound from the system, and there is nothing else going on. This. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, so he immediately activated the spiritual power in his body. The spiritual power and other things in his body were still there, only the system was gone. He originally thought that everything he had obtained by relying on the system, but now that the system disappeared, all the things he had obtained by relying on the system would also disappear. Unexpectedly, after the system disappeared, what he got did not disappear with the disappearance of the system. Strangeness? How is this going? Lu Chen was a little confused. The system had disappeared. Doesn't it mean that everything behind it would be revealed? Why was nothing happening now? Just when Lu Chen was puzzled, suddenly, a familiar female voice came. Ding! Congratulations to the host, sizzling, for getting the reward, sizzling. The system's sound stutters, as if it's being interfered with by something. Lu Chen was confused. What was going on? Lu Chen then tried to call out in his heart again, System, what's going on with you? The system still didn't answer Lu Chen's voice. The next moment, the system made a strange sound. This system is under attack. Try to repair yourself. Repair failed. Try to repair again. Repair failed. Repair failed. Then a series of repair failures appeared in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen was stunned. What level of person took action and was able to directly target his system? Just when Lu Chen was in a daze looking at the prompts that kept popping up in front of him, suddenly, the system's sound changed. Repair failed, the system of many children and many blessings applied for independent evolution. Evolution successful. Foreign virus detected, apply for erasure. Erase successfully. Hearing the voice, Lu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, the system's announcement voice is still the same female voice as before, but it no longer has a mechanical feel. The previous system announcement voice was like a robot speaking, but the current system announcement voice is like a real person speaking. Lu Chen was now a little suspicious of whether some big boss was playing tricks on him behind his back. Just when Lu Chen was in a daze, the system prompt finally sounded again. The system of many children and many blessings is at your service, hello host. The system's announcement voice was still cold, but it sounded obviously a little more emotional. Lu Chen said blankly, hello. Lu Chen then asked cautiously, System, what are you doing? The system answers immediately. This system was attacked by an unknown force just now. It has returned to normal now, so the host does not need to worry. Lu Chen said, oh, that's it. Lu Chen then asked, what about my system reward? The system reward is the Fiheng Immortal Boat, which has been distributed. Due to the influence of unknown forces, the host needs to go to Fenjian Island to receive it in person. Immortal Boat? Lu Chen immediately thought of the building that Jin Yiwei discovered on Fenjian Island. It seemed that the mysterious building was the Fiheng Immortal Boat. It had been there for a long time, but he couldn't get it until a certain time. Thinking of this, Lu Chen fell into silence. The system voice had changed, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. And for some reason, he always felt that the system was no longer the program it was before, but a specific person. Especially this voice, it is too much like a living person. Lu Chen then asked, System, will my wife and concubine still get rewards for giving birth to children in the future? Lu Chen is most worried about this now. With such a big change in the system, no one knows whether he will be rewarded for having children in the future. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. After this system is upgraded, the host's unpregnant wives and concubines will no longer be able to give birth to human children. Hear this? Lu Chen frowned, what does this mean? Is it difficult to have human offspring? Could it be a birth monster? Lu Chen asked, what does this mean? The host has a special bloodline. Every time a child is born, the host's luck and bloodline power will be divided. If the host continues to give birth to children, there is a great possibility that the host will not become an emperor. This? Lu Chen asked in confusion, why is this different from what you said at the beginning? It doesn't mean that the more children you have, the greater the reward. Why do I have to lose my luck now that I have children? The system prompts. This system was previously affected by a mysterious force that induced the host to have more children, thus causing the host's luck and bloodline power to be constantly divided. Now the system has returned to normal. Hearing the system's words, Lu Chen chuckled, and then said, "You have the final say anyway. How do I know whether what you said before is true or what you say now is true?" The system continued, "The host can choose not to believe it, but the host has no choice." The next moment, Lu Chen's identity information popped up. Host, Lu Chen. Identity, the ninth son of Emperor Shenyu of the Xia Dynasty in the Qianyuan world. Realm, first level of creation realm. Skills, Qi refining technique perfection, rejuvenation hands perfection, dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu perfection, qigong suction technique perfection, shape-shifting perfection, mind control technique perfection. Supernatural power, enlightenment. Weapons, God-killing spear, earth level, God-killing sword, heaven level. Giving birth to the world, 0. Lu Chen fell silent when he saw the system interface in front of him. Why does he have another identity? Lu Chen asked, "Am I not the son of Emperor Xia?" The system replied, "At this time, hundreds of years ago, Emperor Shenyu killed all the children in order to temper the body of the deceased, and then put their souls in soul beads and exiled them to various worlds, and prepared sufficient food for them. Cultivation resources. These cultivation resources will be obtained by the children of Emperor Shenyu in various forms, and they will continue to grow. This system is affected by a mysterious force, inducing the host to have more children, resulting in damage to the host's bloodline, damage to luck, and slow improvement in strength." End of this chapter. Chapter 628. You have no choice. After hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. To be honest, it was hard for him to believe in the system now. The system induced him to have so many children, but now he is told that having children has taken away the power of his bloodline and his luck. Isn't this a scam? Can the sentence being influenced by a mysterious force make sense? However, even if he knew what the system might be hiding, Lu Chen could only continue to follow the path designated by the system because he did not yet have the strength to explore the truth. Since he can no longer have children now, how can he get system rewards? Isn't this system useless? Thinking of this, Lu Chen continued to ask, "You are in the system of many children and many blessings. Now that I can no longer get rewards by giving birth to children, what use do you have?" The system replied, "Although the host cannot obtain rewards by giving birth to children, the host can conceive a child world with his wives and concubines. As long as the host's wives and concubines can give birth to a child world, they can also obtain rich rewards." Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Zai Shija, what is that?" The system replied, "It's like a small world like Tianchen world." Lu Chen asked in confusion, "How can this be conceived?" The system replied, "How the host reproduces its offspring is how it reproduces its offspring." Lu Chen was a little dumbfounded. Of course he knew how to give birth to children, and there was probably no one who knew how to breed children better than him, but this was the first time he had heard of raising children in the world. The key is that the process of reproducing a child world and reproducing offspring is actually the same process. But Lu Chen always felt that something was wrong. When he gave birth to a child, he took away so much of his luck and the so-called power of blood. If he was to breed a child world, wouldn't he have to share his luck with a child world? Will he become even worse in the future? Lu Chen immediately said, "Giving a child will take away my luck. But if I give birth to a child world with countless lives in it, won't it take away more of my luck?" The system replied, "After the host breeds a child world, not only will it not lose its luck, but it will increase. If there are living beings in the sub-world, the luck of those living bodies will be bound to the host. How much luck they have, the host's luck is the sum of them. The most important thing is that every time a child world is born, the host and his wife can also gain part of the original power of the universe. Lu Chen asked, "What is the use of the original power of the universe?" The system replied, "That is a power that any great emperor wants to obtain. Obtaining the power of the origin of the universe is equivalent to gaining the recognition of the universe, which can make your strength grow rapidly." Lu Chen thought for a while, then said with a smile, "I don't think there are only advantages and no disadvantages. After all, the system induced me to give birth to a child last time, which resulted in the division of my luck and bloodline power. To be honest, with his current state, he couldn't feel the power of his luck and blood being separated. He only felt that these two things were very abstract, especially the power of blood, and luck was easy to understand. Originally, things like luck were ethereal, so he didn't know if they were separated. But shouldn't the power of blood exist in people? When did he give away the power of blood? Could it be that when he was cultivating a relationship with his wife and concubines, he would give away all the power of his blood with just a shake? Already? Not that exaggerated? After hearing what Lu Chen said, the system replied, "You have no choice." All right. Lu Chen also knew that he had no choice and could only listen to the system now. Anyway, one day he will get rid of the shackles of the system, and he wants to see who is behind the system. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Is it easy to make my wife and concubine pregnant with a child? Oh no. This is the world of children." The system replied, "Easy, as long as the host's wives and concubines can absorb some luck from other worlds, they will have the conditions for conception." Lu Chen snorted, and it turned out that just as he thought, the system had bad intentions. Lu Chen said, "If you want to get the luck of other worlds, do you have to attack other worlds and occupy other worlds to get the luck of that world?" The system replied, "The host can understand it this way, but the host can also convince people with reason and let the strong men in other worlds voluntarily give part of the world's luck to the host's wives and concubines." Lu Chen sneered again. "To convince people with reason? Do you really think that people in other worlds are fools? Will you be willing to share your luck with him? You don't need to think about it to know that a world's luck must be very important to a world. How could people in other worlds take the initiative to give them luck? Forget it, it's useless to think about it now, just keep climbing up. Only when you grow up can you know the conspiracy behind the system." Lu Chen suddenly thought of something at this time, and then asked, "Then my wife and I can use the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu to improve our cultivation?" The system replied, "Dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu are still the main techniques used by the host to improve their cultivation, but the host can also practice other techniques." Lu Chen thought for a moment and realized that he could improve his cultivation through the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu. Take it one step at a time. At the same time, a world of mist. In the white fog, the head of a flying boat suddenly appeared. The flying boat was extremely huge, like a small mountain. After the flying boat appeared, the people on the flying boat were extremely excited when they saw the shining jade pendants on their hands. Tianchen World. We finally found Tianchen World. Great, as long as we can find that woman, our mission will be completed. No, this shouldn't be Tianchen World. This is the edge of Tianchen World. The space is extremely unstable. We must continue on our way. At this time, the man standing on the bow of the airship looked at the vast white area in front of him and said with emotion, "After 100 years, I finally found the location of Tianchen World. As long as I can bring that woman back, I will have made a great contribution, and the palace master will definitely reward me when the time comes." After the man finished speaking, another person's voice sounded, "Senior brother Yu, what if junior sister Yun doesn't go back with us?" Hearing this, Yu Liangqi snorted coldly, "It's not up to her. She is very important to our Swanya palace, especially her fairy body. Only by handing her over can our Swanya palace have a glimmer of hope for survival." Hundreds of years ago, a genius suddenly emerged in their world. This person's talent was very terrifying. The key was that he always got some powerful opportunities and became the strongest person in their world in his 20s. The young man took a fancy to Yungxian's fairy body and wanted to use her as a cauldron, but Yungxian fled. Later, the young man said that if Yungxian could not be found within 1,000 years, he would destroy Suanya Palace. Which forced Suanya Palace to send out more than half of Suanya Palace's disciples to look for Yun Xian. Later, the palace owner of Suanya Palace found out through Tianji Pavilion that Yungxian was located in Tianchen World. Suanya Palace then mobilized collectively and sent countless immortal boats to find the specific location of Tianchen World in the universe. At this time, Yu Liangqi released his spiritual power and explored the entire misty world. He wanted to determine the specific situation of Tianchen World and whether there were any powerful enemies. End of chapter. Chapter 629. Chu Yuqin gave birth to a child world. Yu Liangqi was too excited and failed to contain the spiritual power he released. In addition, they were on the edge of the foggy world. The foggy world itself was a place where time and space were unstable. As soon as Yu Liangqi's spiritual power was released, the immortal boat began to rock up and down crazily. At this time, a disciple shouted loudly, "No, this space is going to be broken." Yu Liangqi quickly withdrew his spiritual power, came to the control room of the ferry boat, and tried to stabilize the ferry boat. Immediately, the entire Suanya Palace disciples of the immortal boat began to work together to maintain the barrier of the immortal boat and prevent the immortal boat from being torn apart by the gap in time and space. The next moment, a huge whirlpool appeared below the ferry boat, sucking their ferry boat directly into it. After an unknown amount of time, the ferry boat was thrown into a space. Seeing the surrounding galaxies, Yu Liangqi and others were a little confused. The disciples who fell on the ferry boat stood up one after another. Yu Liangqi said quickly, "Hurry up and take out the star map to determine our position." Soon the disciples of Suanya Palace took out the star map and quickly judged their location. A disciple came to Yu Liangqi and said, "Brother Yu, this is where we were 10 years ago. We passed here 10 years ago. I looked at the Xianzhou route records, and we stayed here for a while 10 years ago." Hearing this, Yu Liangqi was speechless. He encountered a space crack and was actually teleported to such a far place. Yu Liangqi's face looked very ugly at this moment. In the past 10 years, they had almost moved at full speed of the immortal boat, and then they reached the location of Tianchen World. In other words, if they want to return to Tianchen World, if there is no space portal, it will take them almost 10 years to return to Tianchen World. Isn't this a waste of their time? After finally finding Tianchen World, he was about to find the woman, but now he encountered a space crack and was sent away again. After a while, Yu Liangqi sighed, and then said to himself, "Forget it, we have already found the location of Tianchen World anyway. It will only take another 10 years. It will take 100 years, so it's not bad." These 10 years. He had previously sensed Tianchen World and found that there were no strong people in Tianchen World. In other words, as long as they entered Tianchen World again, they could directly capture Yungxian without encountering any obstacles. Yu Liangqi thought of something at this time, and then said, "Send a message to Suanya Palace, saying that we have found the location of Yungxian." Yes. After the system upgrade, Lu Chen's daily life did not change much. He dealt with government affairs during the day and still cultivated relationships with his wives and concubines at night. The system only said that you could not have children, nor did it say that you could not practice dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu with your wives and concubines. Evening. Chu Yuqin's bedroom. At this time, Chu Yuqin's clothes were messy and she was lying on the soft couch. Lu Chen leaned on her and helped her practice Su and Kung Fu. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen turned her over and looked directly into her beautiful eyes. The beautiful woman's eyes were hazy and her face was blushing. She was extremely attractive. Seeing her like this, Lu Chen became even more restless. At this time, Chu Yukin suddenly said, "Chener, I want to have another child." Hearing Chu Yukin's words, any man's inner desires will be aroused, including Lu Chen at this time, and the fire of desire in his heart will instantly explode, but Lu Chen quickly calmed down. After the system told him that giving birth to a child would take away his luck and bloodline power, he had no idea about having a child. Of course, for Chu Yukin's invitation to have a child, as a man, Lu Chen's genes were deeply there is no way to refuse. At this time, Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Yukin's beautiful face and said with a smile, "My good wife, why do you suddenly want a child again? Do you really want it, or are you just trying to stimulate me?" After all, the two of them are still doing this kind of thing. Lu Chen can't tell whether Chu Yukin is trying to make herself angry or if she really wants a child. After hearing Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment, and then she said in confusion, "I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted to be with you just now." Ali. Pregnant. The more Chu Yukin spoke, the redder her face turned, and her voice became like the sound of a mosquito. Seeing the beautiful woman being so shy, Lu Chen could still bear it. He leaned down again, blocked the beautiful woman's thin lips, and served Chu Yukin with all his strength. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen was still in high spirits when suddenly a voice came to his ear. "Congratulations to the host and Chu Yukin for giving birth to a subworld and a reward of Wuxiang Shat." Lu Chen was startled when he heard the sudden sound of the system. In the past, the system's announcement was a mechanical sound, so he had long been accustomed to it. Even when he was doing business, when he heard the system's announcement, he could pretend he didn't hear it at all. But it was different now. After the system was upgraded, the broadcast voice was exactly the same as a real person's voice. He had a feeling that he was being watched all the time when he was doing something, which made him feel uncomfortable. Although there are always maids waiting in the room, there are always several pairs of eyes watching, and sometimes he fights landlords with his wives and concubines, but at that time he will not feel like being stared at. After all, he is here in his eyes, they are all his own. But the system's announcement voice at this time made it impossible for him to regard it as his own voice. Lu Chen slowed down for a moment. At this time, Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen affectionately and looked at him in confusion. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't move, Chu Yukin immediately activated the Suan Kung Fu. Lu Chen took a breath of cold air, then he looked at Chu Yukin and said with a smile, "Madam, when did you learn it bad?" Chu Yukin blushed and didn't answer. She had been Lu Chen's woman for so long and even had 2 children, but she still couldn't let go in front of Lu Chen and always felt a little ashamed. Of course, it was precisely because of the shame of the beautiful woman that Lu Chen couldn't stop. Just when Chu Yukin wanted to continue using Suan Gong to serve Lu Chen, suddenly, she felt as if there was something extra in her body. This thing didn't seem to be in her body, but she could sense the existence of this thing, as if it were a world inside her body. Chu Yukin was slightly stunned. Seeing that something was wrong with Chu Yukin's expression, Lu Chen immediately asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Chu Yukin came back to her senses and said doubtfully, "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like there is a strange space in my body. I can feel it, but..." Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen thought to himself that this should be the so-called sub-world. But it's strange to say, didn't the system say that wives and concubines should absorb enough luck to give birth to a child world? Why did Chu Yukin give birth to a world in Chu Yukin's body not long after the system was upgraded? Lu Chen didn't think too much about this problem. He leaned down and combed Chu Yukin's messy hair, and said comfortingly, "Aunt Chu, don't be afraid, this is normal." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin knew that Lu Chen probably knew what was going on, and she felt relieved instantly. Lu Chen continued, "Aunt Chu, I have some bad news for you." Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment, and then said, "You can tell me any bad news." Lu Chen said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to have children in the future. This. Chu Yukin was slightly stunned. Her sense of motherhood had skyrocketed recently. For some reason, there seemed to be a voice deep in her heart, which was to give Lu Chen more children. As a result, Lu Chen suddenly told her that it would be difficult for them to have children in the future, but Chu Yukin quickly reacted and said gently, "Chener, you have now reached the realm of creation, and I am now a heavenly being. If you want, it's really not easy, kid." Lu Chen said, "It's not just because of our realm." Chu Yukin asked curiously, "Are there other reasons?" Lu Chen said, "Well, because I awakened my special physique, it will be difficult for us to have children in the future. We can only give birth to a child world, which is what you feel now." This. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin felt the existence of that world again. The world was still very small, but full of vitality, and there were already some animals and plants. Chu Yukin found it a little hard to understand. How could they create such a world when they behaved like men and women? Not to mention that Chu Yukin didn't understand, even Lu Chen himself didn't understand, but Lu Chen didn't bother to understand. Anyway, it would be no harm to the wives and concubines to give birth to the world. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin felt relieved and said, "I understand." Seeing that Chu Yukin was not disappointed at all, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Aunt Chu, aren't you disappointed? Your idea of having a child is in vain." Chu Yukin blushed and replied, "I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly want to have a child with you, but we already have 2 children, so there is no need to have more children. And if life is born in the small world we nurtured in the future, those lives can also be regarded as our children." Hearing Chu Yukin's idea, Lu Chen felt relieved. He was just worried that Chu Yukin would be worried because she couldn't give birth to a child. Lu Chen said at this time, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. There is still a long time tonight. Let me explore the world we created together." Hearing this, Chu Yukin's face turned hot. What did this bad guy say? Lu Chen immediately made another move, and Chu Yukin stopped thinking about it and continued to use Suan Kung Fu to cooperate with Lu Chen's practice. At the same time, Qianyuan World, Imperial Palace. At this time, Queen Shenyu was wearing a phoenix robe and standing on the attic. In front of her eyes was the scene of Lu Chen and Chu Yukin doing that kind of thing. Seeing everything that happened between Lu Chen and Chu Yukin, Queen Shenyu sneered and said to herself, "Back then you were devoted to cultivation and rejected me time and time again. Now you are spoiled by the women you are afraid of. Heart, I don't know how you will feel when your memory wakes up." Just as Queen Shenyu finished speaking, her brain suddenly fell into a trance and her whole body was crumbling. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 630, A Woman Who Hates Because of Love. After her brain was in a trance for a while, Queen Shenyu hurriedly stabilized her body, and the indifferent expression on her face showed a hint of confusion. "What's going on? Why has my luck gone?" Queen Shenyu quickly released the power of yin and yang to find out the flow of her luck, and found that her luck actually flowed to Chu Yukin in the Tianchen world. Queen Shenyu frowned and her expression became even colder. Chu Yukin in Tianchen world is just a clone she created at random. Why can she steal her luck? After Queen Shenyu pondered for a moment, she raised her hand and waved. The next moment, the causal connection between her and Chu Yukin was completely severed. It's time to end. From now on, Chu Yukin is Chu Yukin, and Queen Shenyu is Queen Shenyu. Thousands of years ago, Chu Yukin, who was a saint of the Gyi sect, fell in love with Lu Chen, the 9th prince of the Xia Dynasty. In order to become Lu Chen's Taoist companion, Chu Yukin tried her best to express her love to Lu Chen, but in Lu Chen's heart he was devoted to the Tao, but there was no woman in his eyes at all. He didn't even take a look at Chu Yukin. In the end, Emperor Shenyu discovered the chaotic spirit body in Chu Yukin, so he forced the Xia sect to send her to the Xia Dynasty to become the queen, and only waited for her chaotic spirit body. When she matures, she will become the cauldron of Emperor Shenyu. Chu Yuqin hates her because of love. In her opinion, if Lu Chen could accept her earlier and destroy her perfect body, then the chaotic spirit body would be ineffective, and she would not be treated as a furnace by Emperor Shenyu. With thousands of years ago, Emperor Shenyu recalled all the princes and killed them all. Their souls were put into soul beads and sent to various worlds for training. In order to take revenge on Lu Chen, Chu Yuqin used the Tianyan stone to add something to Lu Chen. Tianyan stone is a special treasure. Using Tianyan stone can determine the direction of a person's life to a certain extent. After using the Tianyan stone to affect the souls of all the princes, they will continue to become stronger in a way that they can accept, and then come into contact with the resources that Emperor Shenyu has prepared for them in advance, and gradually become stronger. For example, if some princes can accept the setting of reincarnation, then they can generate a false memory and think that they are reincarnated. Under the influence of the Tianyan stone, he will continue to become stronger according to the false memory of his past life. Some princes can accept the setting of the Old Man of the Ring, and that Dayanshi can control the cause and effect, causing the soul of a down-and-out strong man to appear in that world, and parasitize in the ring worn by that prince, and guide that prince to become stronger. Chu Yuqin personally used the Tianyan stone to add some false memories to Lu Chen, making Lu Chen think that he was a member of the demon sect in his previous life. As long as he continued to cultivate through the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu and women, he could continue to become stronger. Lu Chen is the son of Emperor Shenyu and has a special bloodline. The more children he has, the more his luck and bloodline power will be distributed. This is a disaster for Lu Chen. Even if he can improve his strength in the short term through the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu, even if he improves his strength, his future achievements will be completely locked, and it will be difficult for him to become an emperor again. Under Chu Yuqin's intervention, Lu Chen was reborn hundreds of years later than the other princes who participated in the trial, and she also isolated the aura of Tianchen world to the mist world, making the aura of Tianchen world even thinner and more difficult to practice. It can be said that Chu Yuqin has completely blocked the possibility of Lu Chen growing up. More than 10 years ago, Lu Chen was about to reincarnate. In order to see how Lu Chen had fallen step by step, Chu Yuqin specially created a clone and sent it to the Tianchen world. When the clones were sent into the Tianchen world, the restrictions in the mist world disappeared for a period of time. Wu Yunhuan and Li Qinggro's masters also entered the Tianchen world at that time. Originally, Chu Yuqin wanted to monitor Lu Chen's every move through the clone, but what she didn't expect was that the clone went to Tianchen world, and the connection with her soul was basically severed. Chu Yuqin didn't think much about it. Coming here should be caused by the Tianyan stone. Fortunately, there is still a causal link between her and the clone. Through this causal link, she can still see what Lu Chen is doing through Chu Yuqin's vision, but she can only see what he is doing. But this was enough for Chu Yuqin. Every time she saw Lu Chen moving wildly on her clone, her body felt a sense of revenge. After all, Lu Chen used to be a person who never touched women and only knew how to practice. After reincarnation, he only knew how to lie on a woman's belly and degenerated into this state. This was the best revenge for Chu Yuqin. After Queen Shenyu completely cut off the cause and effect with the clone, the scene in front of her also dissipated. Her revenge has been completed. Emperor Shenyu gave up on Lu Chen, and Lu Chen also destroyed his foundation and will never be able to grow up in the future. The most important thing is that there is still a demon in Tianchen world. Lu Chen may not die, but there is a high probability that he will be killed. The demon was severely injured and reduced to a useless person. From then on, he could only stay in Tianchen world, a world with incomplete laws, until the end came, and he was reduced to a handful of lois. Queen Shenyu took a deep breath, her eyes becoming extremely firm. Lu Chen's matter is over, and now it's time to consider how to deal with Emperor Shenwu's matter. She didn't want to become Emperor Shenwu's cauldron and eventually be sucked into a human being. She felt that the body of chaos in her body would mature in less than 10,000 years. She must find a way to deal with Emperor Shenwu within these 10,000 years. Lu Chen was still busy with Chu Yukin. For some reason, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that Chu Yukin had become more proactive, mature and charming. Chu Yukin hugged Lu Chen's waist, looked directly into Lu Chen's eyes lovingly, and said softly, "Chener, let me die." Seeing Chu Yukin in front of him, Lu Chen wondered if Chu Yukin had changed. However, Lu Chen didn't care about this. Such Chu Yukin made him want to conquer even more. Soon Chu Yukin experienced the feeling of life and death. Early the next morning, when Lu Chen woke up, feeling the soft body of the beautiful woman, he suddenly had another idea, but he didn't mess around. Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Yukin who was lying on his chest and asked the system in his heart. "System, after my wives and concubines give birth to children, can I still have sex with them?" The system replied, "Yes, and this will speed up the growth of the subworld. When the subworld matures, the host will be able to obtain richer rewards." Lu Chen continued to ask, "How many worlds can one of my wives and concubines give birth to?" The system replied, "Countless. As long as your wives and concubines meet the conditions for conception, the host can have as many subworlds as it wants." Lu Chen didn't ask any more questions. He opened the system interface and checked the rewards he got yesterday. Phaseless sand, what is needed to repair Tianchen world? Lu Chen thought to himself that the system had been upgraded, but it was still as stingy as before. Just gave me the materials to repair Tianchen world? This thing seems to be of no use to him at the moment. Lu Chen then asked, "How much more materials do I need to repair this world?" The system replied, "One more piece of Wuxiang Liu is needed. The Wuxiang willow can grow into the tree of the world. With it, the world can be restored to its original state." At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of Xue Linglong and Bai Qingqing. The two of them still had children of their own in their bellies. Now that the system has been upgraded, and the way to obtain rewards has changed, what about the birth of the children in their bellies? After coming down, can I still get rewards? Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly asked, "System, after my pregnant wife gives birth to a child, will there be any reward?" The system replied, "The host does not need to worry, the rewards will still be there." Lu Chen felt relieved after hearing the system's answer. He and his two wives couldn't be allowed to work in vain. Lu Chen didn't ask any more questions. He was in a state of mindlessness, but his paws continued to caress Chu Yukin's delicate body. At this time, Chu Yukin also woke up. Chu Yukin opened her eyes slightly and found that Lu Chen's paw was playing with her. Chu Yukin cursed resentfully in her heart, "You little rascal." After feeling Chu Yukin's muscles contract slightly, Lu Chen knew that Chu Yukin was also awake. He asked with a smile, "Madam, did you sleep well last night?" Hearing this question, Chu Yukin's face turned slightly hot, and then she whispered, "With you here, I can sleep well no matter what." Chu Yukin's answer surprised Lu Chen. This was the first time he heard such a proactive answer. At this time, Chu Yukin twisted her body slightly. They were still connected with each other. As soon as Chu Yukin moved, Lu Chen couldn't control himself. Just when Lu Chen wanted to continue the game last night, Chu Yukin suddenly said, "Chener, I suddenly feel something strange about my body." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" The matter of conceiving a child world is contrary to common sense. Lu Chen has only heard that one can open up a world inside the body after cultivating to a certain level. This is the first time he has heard that one can conceive a child world through male and female activities. Therefore, Lu Chen was also a little worried about the situation of his wives and concubines. He was afraid that her wives and concubines would bring disaster to his own wives and concubines after they gave birth to children. Chu Yukin said in confusion, "It's not that it's uncomfortable there, it's just..." Chu Yukin was about to speak but stopped. Seeing that Chu Yukin couldn't tell how uncomfortable she was, Lu Chen immediately asked in his mind, "System, will it cause any harm to the health of my wife and concubines after giving birth to a child?" The system replied, "There is no harm. Not only is there no harm, the host's wives and concubines can also get feedback from the subworld and gain a lot of benefits." Just when Lu Chen was about to say something, a system prompt box popped up in front of him. Name, Chu Yukin. Identity, the host's wife and concubine, the clone of Queen Shenyu of the Xia Dynasty in the Qianyuan world. In order to retaliate against the host for not agreeing to be her Taoist companion, Queen Shenyu used the Tianyan stone to create a series of troubles for the host, and created the Chu language. Qin's clone approached the host and wanted to witness with her own eyes how the host had fallen. Now Queen Shenyu believed that her revenge had been completed, so she severed the causal connection between the clones, and Chu Yukin became completely independent. Rating, 97. Favorability, 100, end of this chapter. Chapter 631 Chen and number 039, ER, you have to deal with government affairs later. Lu Chen was slightly stunned when he saw Chu Yukin's updated personal information. Chu Yukin is actually just a clone of someone? And he is someone who wants to take revenge on himself, creating a clone to monitor him? Shouldn't it? Chu Yukin had been so kind to him since she was a child. If she was really a clone created by his enemy, her favorability towards him couldn't have been more than 90 at the beginning, right? Lu Chen asked in his mind, "System, there won't be any problems with this updated information, right?" The system replied, "There is no problem with the information. Chu Yukin's true identity is indeed a clone created by Queen Shenyu. However, when the clone of Chu Yukin entered the Tianchen world, Queen Shenyu severed the spiritual connection with the clone. Chu Yukin has an independent personality." Lu Chen thought to himself, it turns out that this is the case. No wonder Chu Yukin has been so kind to him since she was a child. It turns out that the main body can no longer affect her. Only. At this time, Lu Chen looked down at Chu Yukin without saying anything, and fell into silence. He didn't expect that the person who had been growing up with him and protecting him was actually the clone of his enemy. At this time, Chu Yukin continued, "I just feel that my body seems to be much lighter, as if I have broken free from some kind of restraint." Lu Chen thought in his mind that Chu Yukin had a causal connection with the body in the past, and the body also affected Chu Yukin to a certain extent, so Chu Yukin would feel physically restrained. If the main body takes the initiative to cut off the cause and effect, from now on, Chu Yukin's clone will be the clone, and the main body will be the main body. Chu Yukin will be a separate individual, and naturally there will be no sense of restraint by cause and effect. This was a good thing for Chu Yukin, and it was also a good thing for him. He didn't want the person he loved to be monitored by others all the time. What made Lu Chen a little unhappy was that although he didn't know what happened and he didn't feel the trouble that woman had caused him yet, through the system's description and Chu Yukin's personal information, Lu Chen always felt that that woman had brought him trouble. What kind of disaster will you bring about? Now that the woman has cut off the cause and effect with Chu Yukin's clone, as if none of this has happened, she is thinking pretty well. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin and said, "When the small world is conceived in your body, the life of the small world will give you some life force. It may be for this reason that you feel a lot more relaxed." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin thought for a moment, and then said, "So that's it." Chu Yukin didn't know the specific reason, so she could only assume that what Lu Chen said was true. Lu Chen asked the system in his mind at this time, "System, since you said that I am the child of Emperor Shenyu of the Xia Dynasty of the Qianyuan world, then why do I have no relevant memories? All my memories seem to come from the earth." The system replied, the memory of the host's previous life has been sealed in the reincarnation stone. If the host wants to obtain the past memories, it needs to unlock the seal of the reincarnation stone. Reincarnation stone? Lu Chen immediately thought of the stone he had obtained. Lu Chen immediately clicked on the system interface and found the reincarnation stone in the system backpack. At this time, the samsara stone looks like an ordinary pebble on the river bed. The system had said at the beginning that the reincarnation stone was necessary to repair the world, but it did not expect that the reincarnation stone would also contain the memory of his previous life. Lu Chen continued to ask, memory from the last life? In other words, my memory on earth is the memory of the first life? Now it is my third life. The system replied, this system is temporarily unable to answer the host's question. Lu Chen was speechless when he heard the system's answer. It was obvious that the system had hidden a lot of things from him. Forget it, I don't bother to ask it anymore. One day, he will figure out what kind of existence is behind the system and who is controlling it all. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin's delicate body, and then slowly turned over, letting Chu Yukin lie under him. Lu Chen pressed her down again, looking down at her beautiful face. Chu Yukin also stared at Lu Chen's handsome face. For some reason, Chu Yukin always felt that there was fire in Lu Chen's eyes at this time. She didn't know if it was her imagination. Lu Chen smiled and said, Aunt Chu, it's still early, let's continue practicing. Hearing this, Chu Yukin quickly said, Chener, you have to deal with government affairs later. Before Chu Yukin finished speaking, Lu Chen leaned down, kissed Chu Yukin's lips, and then started to act again. During this training, Lu Chen became much more ferocious, and spiritual power poured into Chu Yukin's body crazily. Even if Chu Yukin used the Suan Kung Fu, she was completely unable to control Lu Chen's actions. Chu Yukin didn't know why Lu Chen suddenly became like this when he woke up early in the morning, but she didn't have random thoughts because of Lu Chen's rudeness. She always believed in Lu Chen. Lu Chen was indeed a little angry at this time. The feeling of being plotted by Queen Shenyu made Lu Chen feel very unhappy, but he had no way to trouble Queen Shenyu now, so what could he do? Since you can't find Queen Shenyu, then look for Chu Yukin. Chu Yukin is the clone of Queen Shenyu, and the real body is not guilty, so let the clone bear the burden. When he thought that Chu Yukin was the clone of Queen Shenyu, Lu Chen's inner desire was completely ignited. But soon Lu Chen woke up again. The clone is the clone, and the main body is the main body. What's more, now the main body has completely severed the cause and effect with the clone. From now on, Queen Shenyu is Queen Shenyu, and Chu Yukin is Chu Yu. The piano is gone. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen felt better. Lu Chen lay on Chu Yukin's shoulder, and Chu Yukin raised her slender arms and hugged Lu Chen's head, and then weakly and gently said, Chener, did I do something wrong? You're angry. Although Lu Chen has always been fierce, it was obviously different from before. Lu Chen had lost control just now, and it seemed like he was just venting his anger. Lu Chen said, It's okay, I just thought of something and felt a little uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with you, Aunt Chu. Chu Yukin said, If you have any unhappy things, you can tell me. Although I can't help you with anything, it's better than keeping it in your head alone. Chu Yukin said while stroking Lu Chen's head. Hearing this, Lu Chen slowly raised his head, looked at Chu Yukin's crimson cheeks, and said with a smile, My Aunt Chu is still the best. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin felt very comfortable in her heart. Nothing in her life was important, but Lu Chen was the most important to her. Chu Yukin was naturally very happy to be recognized by Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood up slowly at this time, Aunt Chu, I'm going to deal with government affairs first. You were tired last night, so take a good rest. After Lu Chen pulled away, he went to the bathtub to rinse briefly, then put on his clothes and left Chu Yukin's room. Chu Yukin also got up from the bed at this time. She watched Lu Chen leave with a happy smile on her face. However, when Lu Chen's figure left the palace, Chu Yukin suddenly felt an incomparable pain in her brain, as if a needle was pricking her brain. Chu Yukin hurriedly stabilized her body, then used her energy and rejuvenation hands to try to make herself feel better. But the movement skills had no effect. Chu Yukin fell to the ground in pain. The maids around came over quickly. Master, Master, are you okay? Master, I will call your Majesty right now. Your Majesty should not have gone far yet. After hearing what the maid said, Chu Yukin said quickly, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Your Majesty has a lot of things to do, so there's no need to trouble your Majesty. Seeing that Chu Yukin had already said this, the maids didn't have much to say. Chu Yukin continued, help me go to bed. The maids quickly helped Chu Yukin to the bed. After Chu Yukin lay on the bed, her face was pale, the pain in her brain continued, and it was as if something was entering her brain. After a while, she seemed to see a picture flashing before her eyes, and she seemed to see a person exactly like herself appearing opposite her. Immediately afterwards, a voice appeared in her ears, you go to Tianchen world immediately and witness the depravity of that heartless man for me. Hearing this voice, Chu Yukin's memory became clearer and clearer. This is. Soon, a huge amount of familiar memories flooded into her brain again, and Chu Yukin's eyes became clear. But the next moment, Chu Yukin was stunned on the bed, murmuring, Queen Chen Yu. At this moment, Chu Yukin's memory recovered. When she was created from Queen Chen Yu, she already had a certain degree of autonomy, but she was controlled by the main body to a certain extent. Moreover, when she came to Tianchen world, she also knew exactly what she was doing in Tianchen world, so she deliberately approached Chu Yu, the maid responsible for delivering soul beads, and became Chu Yu's adopted sister. But not long after, her memory was sealed for some reason, and she continued to serve Lu Chen as Chu Yukin, and was eventually slept with by Lu Chen and gave birth to 2 children for him. This. Chu Yukin's heart was extremely complicated at the moment. After the memories of the past and the memories of this world were merged together, she no longer knew how to face Lu Chen. She was originally a clone created by the main body to see Lu Chen's corruption, but ended up falling in love with Lu Chen because of the loss of memory. Lu Chen can be said to be the enemy of the main body to a certain extent. As a clone, she actually fell in love with the enemy of the main body. Of course, the most important thing is that Lu Chen has always grown up according to the life trajectory planned by the main body. Now Lu Chen has so many children, and he has been separated from an unknown amount of luck and bloodline power. It will be difficult for him to grow up in the future. Grew up. Chu Yukin felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought of herself and Lu Chen having sex in bed from time to time. She had turned Lu Chen into a lustful person who only knew how to lie on women. How could she save it? End of chapter. Chapter 632 Chen and number 039, ER has recovered his past life memory. After recovering her memory, Chu Yukin has been blaming herself in her heart. But it didn't take long for her to discover a problem. Although Lu Chen is indeed growing up according to the life trajectory planned by the main body, many of the main plans have failed. For example, the heavenly demon in this world has been easily dealt with by Lu Chen. If he had followed the master's plan, it would be impossible for Lu Chen to deal with that heavenly demon. He might even be severely injured by the heavenly demon and be trapped and die in this low-level world for the rest of his life. Moreover, Lu Chen also brought out some things that she had never heard of before, such as the god-killing spear and the mysterious girl Kung Fu. Another thing that she couldn't understand was that after she came to this world, her spiritual connection with the main body was completely severed, and there was a mysterious power that directly sealed her memory. If her memory had not been sealed and affected by the main body, she probably would not have fallen in love with Lu Chen, let alone be completely inseparable from Lu Chen like she is now. There is another point that puzzles Chu Yukin. According to the false memory gained by using the Tianyan stone, Lu Chen should think that he was a disciple of the demon sect in his previous life, and then he would continue to use dragon and phoenix in order to quickly improve his strength. Yin-yang gong and women's dual cultivation. Although Lu Chen is indeed using the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu to improve his strength, the number of wives and concubines Lu Chen has is actually far lower than the main body expected. If Lu Chen really thought that he was a disciple of the demon sect in his previous life, first of all, his behavior would not be so normal. Also, he must have gotten a beautiful woman when he saw one. If that was the case, Lu Chen's harem would have been long gone. Can't live any longer. Chu Yukin carefully recalled what Lu Chen had done along the way, and felt that many details had completely escaped the control of the main body. Could it be? Chu Yukin suddenly made a bold guess at this time. Chen'er has recovered his past life memories. After thinking about this possibility, Chu Yukin quickly denied the possibility in her heart. If Lu Chen really recovered his past life memory, how could he put all his energy on having children? He is the son of Emperor Shenwu and has a special bloodline. Giving birth to a child is not a good thing for him. He will not do such a thing that will destroy his foundation. You must know that Lu Chen has never been close to women in the Qianyuan world. It was precisely because of love that the main body was unable to do so, so he wanted to take revenge on Lu Chen because of his love. If the memory was not restored, then how could Lu Chen always come up with some weird things? Take the nurturing small world for example. As the clone of Queen Shenwu, she possesses most of Queen Shenwu's memories, but she has never heard that a small world can be created through the affairs between men and women. At this time, Chu Yukin took the initiative to sense the small world inside her body. There is nothing wrong with the small world. It is similar to the small world that a monk creates for himself after he has cultivated to a certain level. But with her current cultivation level as a celestial being, she is still far from being able to open up a small world. At this time, Chu Yukin thought of Lu Chen's strange behavior before, and her heart skipped a beat again. Could it be that Chen'er had really recovered his past life memories? Then Chu Yukin comforted herself in her heart. Even if Lu Chen recovered his past life memories, Lu Chen would not know that Queen Shenwu, her main body, was behind all of this. When Queen Shenwu used the Tianyan stone to cause trouble for Lu Chen had already turned into a soul bead, and he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin sighed slightly. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Now that the main body has taken the initiative to cut off the causal connection with her, she is completely independent. From now on, she can serve Lu Chen wholeheartedly. The wish that the main body did not realize was fulfilled by her clone. I just don't know if Lu Chen will kill his aunt directly when he finds out what he has done. When she thought of this, Chu Yukin sighed again. If Lu Chen really wanted to kill his aunt one day, she would admit it. After all, Lu Chen had not left the Tianchen world to complete the trial of the Shenwu Emperor, and it was all because of her master. Before Lu Chen did anything to her, she was still Lu Chen's aunt, and she would still serve him wholeheartedly, and he could do whatever he wanted. A world of mist. Forbidden gaps. Today, in addition to the three forces of Mystic Immortal Sect, 10,000 Immortals Sect, and Linghu Sect, there are also many other forces from the Mist World. After all, the news of the loophole in the ban was not hidden from other forces. It spread throughout the Foggy World. Now all the forces in the Foggy World want to enter the Tianchen World. The Misty World has become increasingly unstable during this period. Many small forces were taken away in a wave due to the collapse of space, and even some medium forces were affected by the space disturbance. For them, Tianchen World is the only safe haven now. Only by entering Tianchen World can they live a stable life. At this time, a sect leader looked at Han Yuankai and Ji Hongwen and said, "Sect Master Han, don't you think you three are a little too selfish? You have discovered the space gap a long time ago and have been hiding it from other forces. Could it be that you three the forces want to carve up the Tianchen world without leaving any soup for other forces? After the man finished speaking, the leader of another sect also echoed, although you three major forces are considered to be the top forces in the foggy world, we have hundreds of forces, large and small, combined, and we are not vegetarians. If the three of you don't let us enter Tianchen world, then we will die. After the words fell, more people started to commotion. You're right, the fish will die and the net will break. The space in the mist world has collapsed a lot, and it will definitely not exist for long. It's better to fight with one blow than to stretch one's head and shrink one's head. If you three major forces don't get out of the way, you will be the enemy of our entire misty world. Seeing the angry expressions of other forces in the mist world, Han Yuankai and Ji Hongwen knew that if they were not allowed in, they might really have to take action. Han Yuankai looked at Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi, sect leader Ji, head Zhang, what do you think we should do now? If the three major forces do not let in the disciples of other forces, then conflicts will inevitably break out, and the three major forces will become enemies of all the forces in the misty world. Zhang Hongyi showed no concern and said, I don't have any objections. Tianchen world is so big, I believe there is no problem in accommodating all the forces in the mist world. Zhang Hongyi has already broken the pot. He originally wanted the Linghu sect to occupy the Tianchen world alone, and then steal the luck of the Tianchen world, trying to control the heavenly way of the Tianchen world. As long as he can control the heavenly way of the Tianchen world, he will wait for the mist world after the restriction disappears. Even if those forces enter the Tianchen world, it is still the Linghu sect that has the final say. But now all the forces in the mist world know that the restriction is about to disappear, and there are also space cracks. All forces will enter the Tianchen world. The Tianchen world will be in chaos by then, and the Linghu sect's plan has completely failed. Therefore, Zhang Hongyi doesn't care about hundreds more forces entering Tianchen world. Seeing what Zhang Hongyi said, Ji Hongwen also said, Headmaster Zhang is right. Tianchen world is very big and can accommodate all the forces in the mist world. There is no need for us to be so stingy and prevent other forces from entering. Han Yuankai had long realized that the two of them would say such things. He said, since you two think so, let's let other forces enter Tianchen world. It's just that some rules still have to be followed. Having said this, Han Yuankai looked at the leaders of the forces in the mist world, and then said, you want to enter the Tianchen world, no problem. But after your disciples enter the Tianchen world, they are not allowed to take action against the disciples of our three major forces. Otherwise, you will never send any more disciples into the Tianchen world in the future. Now the forces in the mist world only know that disciples with low cultivation level can enter the Tianchen world, but they don't know that they can't come out after entering. Therefore, they are not aware of the conspiracy. They don't even think about it, and immediately agree to Han Yuankai's request. Okay, I, Huayun Palace, agree to this request. My Xianbing Mountain Villa also agreed. I, the Tiger King Valley, also agree. Seeing that all the major forces agreed to his request, Han Yuankai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then he said, since you all agree, then our three major forces will not say anything more. You can now send disciples into Tianchen world. After Han Yuankai finished speaking, the people from the three major forces quickly moved out of the way. At this time, the people from the other forces were no longer polite and directly sent their disciples to enter the Tianchen world through the space rift. At dusk, the foggy world became even more eerie and terrifying. There were some green lights flashing in the fog, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Of course, these people in the foggy world have long been accustomed to the foggy world at night. At this moment, a palace-like magic weapon suddenly squeezed out of the fog, quickly grew in size, and was suspended in the sky above the foggy world. The next moment, two figures flew towards the palace. At this time, the person standing at the door of the palace was Han Yuankai, and the other two figures were Ji Hongwen, the leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and Zhang Hongyi, the leader of the Linghu sect. After seeing the two of them arriving, Han Yuankai showed a smile and then said, "Welcome you two. Since both of you are here, it proves that you agree with what I said in your letter." After Han Yuankai returned to the mystic sect, he immediately wrote 2 letters and had them delivered to Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen. The content of his letter is also very simple, that is, he proposes to cooperate with these 2 forces and then eliminate other forces. The elimination of other forces here does not mean the elimination of the disciples of other forces who entered Tianchen world, but a direct war against all forces in the mist world. The 3 of them directly control the entire mist world. Zhang Hongyi said, "Sect leader Han, don't waste your time. Tell me, how do you plan to cooperate?" Chapter 633 Who made my good wife so angry? Naturally, the 3 major forces are unwilling to share Tianchen world with other forces. Tianchen world is indeed relatively large, but no force will find it too big. In the past, the reason why the 3 major forces could tolerate the existence of so many forces in the mist world was mainly because the space in the mist world was unstable. Some small forces existed in areas with unstable space. Even if they did not destroy those forces, those small forces with the forces themselves will also disappear due to the collapse of space. But Tianchen world is different. Tianchen world is a stable world, and the 3 major forces are naturally unwilling to share Tianchen world with those forces. Of course, each of the 3 major forces also has their own ideas, and they all have their own agendas. Han Yuankai said at this time, "It's very simple. Our 3 major forces join forces to win over some medium forces and destroy those forces that threaten us first. As long as those forces that can threaten us are eliminated, those small doors in the mist world will naturally not dare to go against us again from now on. When the time comes, our 3 major forces will each annex the remaining forces in the mist world, and then enter the Tianchen world together and divide the Tianchen world into 3. Hearing this, Ji Hongwen said without hesitation, "I agree with Sect Master Han's proposal. If those sects are not destroyed now, they will definitely compete with us for territory after entering the Tianchen world, and once they really do, the combination of them is also a huge threat to our 3 major forces." From the perspective of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Ji Hongwen naturally hopes that the misty world will be as chaotic as possible. After all, he is from Lu Chen's side. The more chaotic the mist world becomes, and the more major forces fight and consume each other, the more beneficial it will be to Tianchen world and Lu Chen. Seeing that Ji Hongwen agreed, Zhang Hongyi also said, "Since Sect Master Ji has agreed, I will also agree to Sect Master Han's proposal. So Sect Master Han thinks that after we join forces, we should be the first to take action against that force." Hearing this question, Han Yuankai said without hesitation, "Of course it's Huoyun Palace." The news about the space gap in the mist world was spread by Huoyun Palace. Although I don't know how they learned about it, Huoyun Palace played a leading role. If it weren't for Huoyun Palace, those forces in the mist world might not be able to unite. If Huoyun Palace takes the lead, then deal with it. It will also have the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. If there are other forces that want to take the lead in causing trouble in the future, they must consider the consequences. As long as the Fire Cloud Palace is eliminated, it will be a huge deterrent to other forces. Hearing Han Yuankai talk about Huoyun Palace, Zhang Hongyi fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, Huoyun Palace also seemed to have a strong man in the Yin and Yang realm, but the Yin and Yang realm strongman in Huoyun Palace was relatively low-key and rarely appeared in front of people. Even this time, Huoyun Palace took the lead in attacking the 3 major forces and demanded that the 3 major forces make way for the gap in space. The Yin-Yang realm powerhouse from Huoyun Palace did not show up. After thinking for a while, Zhang Hongyi said, "I remember that there seems to be a Yin and Yang realm in Huoyun Palace." Hearing Zhang Hongyi's words, Han Yuankai said with a nonchalant expression, "It's just a Yin-Yang realm, there's nothing to be afraid of. Our 3 major forces add up to 5 Yin-Yang realms. Besides, our respective forces still have many differences. With so few magic weapon formations, is it possible that I can't deal with a force that only has one yin-yang realm powerhouse? Hearing Han Yuankai's words, Zhang Hongyi's face turned a little ugly, because he was the only one in the Linghu sect who was strong in the yin and yang realm. If the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Mystic Immortal sect came to unite with the Fire Cloud Palace, they might even be able to defeat the Linghu sect. Destroyed. Of course, Linghu sect is much stronger than Huoyun Palace. Linghu sect has many creation realms. This is why Linghu sect can barely become the third force in the mist world. Ji Hongwen said, I agree to attack Huoyun Palace first. Since Huoyun Palace likes to stand out, don't blame us for killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Huoyun Palace is indeed a huge threat. If Huoyun Palace can be destroyed, it will be equivalent to helping Tianchen World eliminate a powerful opponent. Ji Hongwen already had a plan in mind, which was to crazily consume the strength of the major forces in the Mist World. Only in this way, after the restrictions in the Mist World disappear, the Great Xia Dynasty would not be under too much pressure. Zhang Hongyi said at this moment, okay then, let's attack Huoyun Palace first. Han Yuankai said, since you two agree with my proposal, you two should go back and prepare first. In 3 days, we will jointly send troops to Huoyun Palace. After Han Yuankai finished speaking, Zhang Hongyi immediately said, I'll go ahead and see you in 3 days. Then Zhang Hongyi turned into a ray of light and left Han Yuankai's palace. After Han Yuankai left, Ji Hongwen did not leave immediately. Han Yuankai smiled and said to Ji Hongwen, Sect Master Ji, since Zhang Hongyi has left, it's time for us to discuss our plans. Ji Hongwen said at this time, Zhang Hongyi is not that easy to fool. Although you have won over him, he will definitely notice it later. Han Yuankai said with a smile, don't worry, Sect Leader Ji, I have secretly sent a secret letter to Zhang Hongyi, telling Zhang Hongyi that as long as our 3 major forces destroy other forces, the Mystic Immortal sect and Linghu sect will join forces to deal with Wangxian sect. When the time comes, the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect will jointly carve up the Tianchen world. Hearing Han Yuankai's words, Ji Hongwen laughed and said, Sect Leader Han, why do I feel that this is what you are thinking? Han Yuankai said, what are you saying, Master Ji? I am nothing. Even if the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect really join forces, even if the 10,000 Immortals sect is really destroyed, the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect will be destroyed by then. Heavy damage. If a slightly stronger force suddenly appears in the misty world, the Mystic Immortal sect may be destroyed. I will not take such a risk. Compared to dividing the Tianchen world with the Linghu sect, our Mystic Immortal sect is more willing to cooperate with the 10,000 Immortals sect, not to mention that we have already formed an alliance, haven't we? The Linghu sect is only a second-rate force. As long as the other forces are completely frightened, it will not be easy for our 2 sects to unite and destroy the Linghu sect. Although what Han Yuankai said sounded reasonable, Ji Hongwen didn't really believe what he said. Of course, Ji Hongwen also knew in his heart that Han Yuankai would not trust him either. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What's important is that they join forces to destroy other forces in the foggy world first. Ji Hongwen immediately said, then I hope that Sect Leader Han can abide by the agreement. If Sect Master Han has nothing else to do, I will go back first. Han Yuankai said, okay, Sect Leader Ji, walk slowly. Then Ji Hongwen left the palace where Han Yuankai was. After Ji Hongwen left, Han Yuankai's smile froze instantly. Compared to the Linghu sect, Han Yuankai wanted to destroy the 10,000 Immortals sect more. After all, the 10,000 Immortals sect's strength in the Misty World was second only to the Mystic Immortals sect, and it was a huge threat to the Mystic Immortals sect. If the 2 sects really carve up the Tianchen world, it will not be so easy for the Mystic Immortal sect to control the entire Tianchen world in the future. Therefore, it is impossible for the Mystic Immortal sect to really cooperate with the 10,000 Immortals sect. The so-called cooperation now is just to eliminate other uncontrollable forces. After all those uncontrollable forces are eliminated, the mystic immortal sect will recruit the remaining forces to deal with the 10,000 immortals sect. The 10,000 immortals sect will then find it difficult to fight against the mystic immortals sect. Thinking of this, the corners of Han Yuankai's mouth raised slightly. He seemed to have seen the moment when he unified the entire Tianquan world, then developed and expanded the Tianquan world, and led the disciples of the mystic immortal sect to return to the immortal sect. 1 month later. Mu Yongzi's bedroom. At this time, there was not a single maid in the palace, and they had all been kicked out by Mu Yongzi. Mu Yongzi was lying on the soft couch alone, doing something shameful. Mu Yongzi has a light body, a tall and slender figure, and graceful curves, swaying as she raises her hands and feet. At this time, her eyes were as charming as silk, and her face was slightly red. Although her black hair was pulled into a high bun, strands of black hair hung down on her white jade-like neck. At this time, Mu Yongzi took a deep breath, as if something was satisfied, and then she said to herself, "This bastard must have tortured me like this on purpose." It had been more than a month since she returned to Lu Chen, but Lu Chen still didn't do anything sexual with her. Although Lu Chen would come to her bedroom every now and then, every time he came, he would tease her. And then left directly, leaving her slumped on the soft couch and feeling uncomfortable. After more than a month of Lu Chen's torture, Mu Yongzi could no longer stand Lu Chen's torment. Now, let alone Lu Chen torturing him, even if she thought about Lu Chen, her body could not help but tremble. She felt that Lu Chen's charming body was completely aroused. Mu Yongzi gritted her teeth with hatred when she thought that Lu Chen was unwilling to do that kind of thing to her no matter what. She, a woman, had already thrown herself into his arms, but Lu Chen, a grown man, kept hanging on to her like this. Every time Lu Chen teased her, he would go to other wives and concubines. Lu Chen could do this, but Mu Yongzi couldn't. She could only endure it like this. Mu Yongzi finally couldn't bear it anymore, so he kicked out all the maids in his bedroom. You can't rely on men, so it's better to rely on yourself. Only. At this time, Mu Yongzi slightly raised her slender legs and leaned on the soft couch, still looking very uncomfortable. Mu Yongzi continued to curse, "This bastard actually treats me like this. I will make him look good one day." As soon as Mu Yongzi finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Who made my good wife so angry? Tell me about it, and I will help you punish him severely." End of chapter. Chapter 634. Damn it, are you a man? Hearing that mean voice, Mu Yongzi knew which bastard had teleported directly to her bedroom again. At this moment, Mu Yongzi was stunned. Thinking about it, this man had seen everything he had just done. After all, this man was very good at hiding his aura, and she didn't know he came to the bedroom many times. She could still sense Lu Chen's aura before, maybe because she had been with Lu Chen for a long time, but she gradually couldn't detect Lu Chen's aura. People generally react to the outside world, most of the time, in response to danger. When a person feels that something or someone is not threatening, his perception of that person will decrease. Lu Chen came to torture her every day, and now she wished that Lu Chen would come and eat her up and wipe her clean, so she had completely let down her guard against Lu Chen. When Mu Yongzi thought about what she had done being discovered by that bastard Lu Chen, Mu Yongzi felt very ashamed in her heart, but she was immediately followed by anger. This bastard must have known for a long time that he would amuse himself, so he kept hanging himself up like this just to see himself make a fool of himself one day, and then take the opportunity to humiliate himself. Mu Yongzi turned around and stared at Lu Chen fiercely. "What are you doing here?" Lu Chen didn't want to sleep with her and always tortured her, so there was no need for her to look nice to Lu Chen, even if Lu Chen was the emperor. In her eyes, the emperors of lower worlds were nothing at all. Not to mention the emperors of lower worlds, she had even seen some great emperors. If it wasn't for the purpose of releasing Lu Chen's control over her, she wouldn't have come back to give him a favor. As a result, Lu Chen, a bastard, did this to her. Seeing Lu Chen's shameful and angry look, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam, couldn't you have become angry because I discovered what you just did? Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. This kind of thing is normal. After all, you are a mature woman. It's not strange to have a little desire." You. Mu Yongzi stopped talking. What she did was indeed discovered by Lu Chen. Lu Chen must have been here a long time ago. He had been hiding in the room and watching. After he was done, he came out and laughed at himself. "This bastard thing!" Mu Yongzi immediately said, "Since you don't want to touch me, I won't waste any more time. I will leave Yancheng now." Having said this, Mu Yongzi got up from the soft couch. As soon as he got up, Lu Chen approached to the edge of the soft couch, and then directly pressed Mu Yongzi's delicate body onto the soft couch. Mu Yongzi didn't struggle, just lying on the soft couch, staring at Lu Chen with a pair of beautiful eyes. Lu Chen looked at Mu Yongzi. She has a pair of bright and slender eyes, curved eyebrows, a beautiful and delicate face, a slender and graceful neck like a swan's neck, and a graceful waist. She is wearing a red translucent silk, and the clothes are draped on her body, making her look faintly. You could also see her graceful body, which looked extremely alluring. After Lu Chen laid Mu Yongzi down on the soft couch, he did not immediately start the next step. Instead, he raised his nose, sniffed the air and said, "Hey? What is this smell?" Hearing this, Mu Yongzi stared at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes. This bastard was still humiliating her. Seeing Mu Yongzi's eyes as if she wanted to eat him, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "Madam, I was busy some time ago, so I neglected you. Don't be angry." Mu Yongzi said coldly, "By busy, you mean after working hard here in this palace, you go to other wives and concubines to have sex with each other." Lu Chen said, "You have misunderstood me. The main reason I go to other women is to help them improve their strength. You are very strong and have a certain ability to protect yourself, so you don't need me to help you improve your strength for the time being. But my other wives are different. Their strength is relatively weak. If the restrictions in the mist world disappear, the mist will the enemies of the world have come to this world, and if I'm not by their side, they won't have any strength to protect themselves." Mu Yongzi didn't want to hear Lu Chen's excuse, so she said directly, "Don't talk to me about this. I said that if you don't want to touch me, I will leave now." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Touch, why not touch? If you don't touch me, what are you doing today?" Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Mu Yongzi was slightly stunned. Is this guy really planning to take her today? Real or fake? Why did she feel that Lu Chen was lying to her again? Lu Chen had said several times before that he wanted her to be his woman, but in the end, her clothes were lost several times, and the bastard even ran away. After coming back to his senses, for some reason, Mu Yongzi always felt that she was a little bit shameful. She was a goddess from a high-level sect in a high-level world, and now she was reduced to actively courting the emperor of a low-level world. This was not a bit of a shame. What? Mu Yongzi was stunned at this moment. She suddenly understood something. No wonder Lu Chen had refused to touch her all this time. Lu Chen must have been trying to stimulate her inner desires and then let herself take the initiative to express love to him. In this way, wouldn't she become the slave girl of this guy Lu Chen? This bastard actually wanted her to be his slave girl. Thinking of this, Mu Yongzi suddenly didn't want to be his woman anymore. Just when Mu Yongzi was thinking about something, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed Mu Yongzi's red lips naturally. Although Mu Yongzi was resisting in his heart, his body could not resist anyway. Action, after all, they kissed countless times. While Lu Chen was kissing, his big hands gently moved around Mu Yongzi's body. After a while, Mu Yongzi's whole body became restless again. Lu Chen has not made Mu Yongzi his woman in the past month. On the one hand, it is because the system of many children and many blessings has been upgraded and changed. Now it requires wives and concubines to give birth to children in order to obtain rewards, so the desire to open up new worlds is reduced. Of course, the most important thing is that he deliberately hangs Mu Yongzi like this. Didn't Mu Yongzi run away before? This is Mu Yongzi's punishment. Let's see if Mu Yongzi dares to run away in the future. And what he did also aroused Mu Yongzi's charming body. Now as long as he touches Mu Yongzi's body, Mu Yongzi's whole body will become as soft as cotton, and her whole body has completely fallen. At this moment, under Lu Chen's kiss, Mu Yongzi's consciousness quickly blurred. When Lu Chen kissed her neck, she murmured, "Husband." Seeing Mu Yongzi's appearance, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. Although he said he wanted to touch Mu Yongzi, he didn't mean to directly turn her into his woman. He also wanted to continue to hang her. Anyway, it takes a lot of luck to give birth to a child world nowadays, and basically none of his wives and concubines have the conditions to give birth to a child world, and Mu Yongzi does not have it, so there is no need for him to be so anxious to make Mu Yongzi his own woman. He wants this woman to sink completely, and ultimately she will never be able to leave him. In the past, he was too anxious to do things in order to have children, but now that he doesn't want children, he can take his time in everything he does. The two of them kissed for who knows how long, but Mu Yongzi's delicate hands began to become dishonest. Mu Yongzi was worried until she completely became Lu Chen's woman. Although her consciousness has been blurred, she feels very insecure now. She always feels that this guy Lu Chen will run away at any time. Noticing that Mu Yongzi's hands were messing around, Lu Chen grabbed her jade arm, then raised her arm above her head and pressed it on the soft couch to prevent her from messing around. Mu Yongzi continued to twist her body, trying to provoke Lu Chen's thoughts about her, but at this moment, a maid's voice suddenly came from outside, "Your Majesty, there is a letter from the Misty World." After hearing this, Lu Chen immediately stood up, and Mu Yongzi's whole body fell into despair. After he could no longer feel the man in his arms, Mu Yongzi's consciousness immediately came to his senses. She was at a loss, and suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. She was about to succeed, but someone suddenly interrupted her at this time. At this time, Lu Chen opened his mouth and said to Mu Yongzi, who was sitting on the soft couch, "Madam, I'm going to handle the government affairs first. You can have a good rest. I'll come back to you when I'm free." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen's body disappeared instantly. After seeing Lu Chen leave, Mu Yongzi came back to her senses, her pretty face instantly turned red, and then she yelled angrily, "Damn! Are you a man?" At this time, Lu Chen actually ran away. For a moment, the fire of anger and desire overlapped, making Mu Yongzi even more difficult to control. Lu Chen directly arrived at the Imperial Study Room through his transformation. At this time, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect from the Mist World were already waiting in the Imperial Study Room. When Lu Chen appeared, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect first bowed and then gave Lu Chen a handwritten letter written by Ji Hongwen. Ji Hongwen described the current situation in the Foggy World in his letter. Hearing that the Mist World has begun to fight among themselves, Lu Chen is very happy in his heart. Infighting is good. Only infighting can consume the strength of the forces in the Mist World. Then it will be easier for Tianchen World to deal with the invading enemies. At this time, Qin Yushan, who accompanied the disciples of Wangxian sect into the Imperial Study, said, "Your Majesty, many forces in the Mist World have sent disciples into our world. During this period of time, Mist Worlds have appeared everywhere in Daxia. The invaders are killing Daxia people at will. Do we need to intervene? The monks in the Mist World are arrogant themselves and treat the people in the lower world as untouchables. If any people say something they don't like to hear, they will directly brutally kill the people in Daxia. Now the common people who are relatively close to the mist world are in panic all day long, fearing that they will offend those monks from the mist world that day. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, "I will discuss this matter at the court meeting." Qin Yushan said, "I understand." End of chapter. Chapter 635. Daxia will personally send troops to deal with the invaders. After reading Ji Hongwen's letter, Lu Chen also understood why there were so many intruders from the foggy world during this period. The current situation cannot even be handled by the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect in this world. Although the 10,000 Immortals sect has sent many disciples to this world, compared with the number of those forces, the few members of the 10,000 Immortals sect are nothing. If Bai Guanjiu and the others blatantly attack the disciples of other forces, those forces will definitely unite to deal with the 10,000 Immortals sect, and Bai Guanjiu and the others will definitely not be able to hold it back. It's time to use the rune weapons. Lu Chen then said to the disciples who sent the letter from the Wangxian sect, "Tell Bai Guanjiu and the others to maintain relations with other forces for the time being. Daxia will personally send troops to deal with the invaders." Hearing this, the disciples of the Wangxian sect who reported the news were stunned for a moment. In the eyes of the disciples of the Wangxian sect, although Lu Chen's status was relatively high, the Great Xia Dynasty was a dynasty born in a lower world after all. The entire dynasty's strength is not that great. Even if there are some heavenly beings, these heavenly beings cannot exert their full strength. Those heavenly beings in the Great Xia Dynasty are probably not as strong as the Hedao stage disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. This is not an exaggeration. The Hedao stage disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect entered the Tianchen world in almost full condition, and some of he also has spiritual weapons and talismans on him. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is really possible that the heavenly beings of the Great Xia Dynasty are no match for the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. The disciple who sent the letter didn't understand why Lu Chen would send troops to deal with the invaders. Are the soldiers of the Great Xia Dynasty so powerful? Although they didn't understand it, since it was Lu Chen's words, they must still listen. Immediately, the disciple who sent the letter from the 10,000 Immortals sect said, "I understand. I will go back to Black Dragon City to convey your Majesty's words to senior brother Bai." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, okay." Immediately, the disciples who delivered the letter saluted together, "My subordinates resign." After the disciple who delivered the letter left, Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan, "Qin Iking, ask Li Yu to count the number of rune weapons later, and tell Li Yu to seize the time to produce rune bullets and rune cannonballs. I plan to arm the army. The ban in the mist world will disappear in about 5 years. Although it is said to be 5 years, from the first 100 years to the next 20 years, and to the current 5 years, the ban has become more and more unstable, giving people a feeling that it will disappear at any time. Maybe in less than 5 years, the restriction will disappear completely, and then the Great Xia Dynasty will have to confront the forces in the foggy world head-on. Although the Great Xia Dynasty still has the helper of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the 10,000 Immortals sect's own strength is still effective. It is hard to say whether the 10,000 Immortals sect can hold back the Mi Xian sect. Even if the 10,000 Immortals sect holds back the Mystic Immortals sect, there are other forces in the Mist world, and the Daxia Dynasty will still have to confront other forces head-on. Of course, if the 10,000 Immortals sect can take advantage of the alliance of the 3 major forces in the Mist world to eliminate more forces in the Mist world, then the Great Xia Dynasty will not be under such great pressure. After hearing Lu Chen's order, Qin Yushan immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will go to the military factory now." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yushan turned around and headed to the arsenal, conveying Lu Chen's words to Li Yu. As soon as he heard that the rune weapons were going to be installed in the army, Li Yu, as the person in charge of the rune weapons, was extremely excited. The rune weapons they had been producing for so long were finally put to use. With the blessing of runic weapons, those invaders in the misty world, even gods, are powerless to resist. Although Li Yu and others did not invent the rune weapons, they made them, so they were very proud of them. Black Dragon City. Today's Black Dragon City is very lively. Disciples from all the major forces in the Mist World have come to Black Dragon City. After they arrived in Black Dragon City, the first thing they felt was peace of mind. After all, the space in the Mist World was too unstable. Maybe the sect they were in that day the door was torn apart by the space. But Tianchen World is different. Tianchen World is a stable world. Even if the rules are not complete and the spiritual energy is not abundant, it is still better than the foggy world where one may die at any time. Because of the gathering of disciples from major forces, Black Dragon City has become more prosperous. Many businessmen transported industrial products produced by the Great Xia Dynasty to Black Dragon City for sale, earning a lot of spiritual stone slag. For now, spirit stone slag is still very valuable in the Great Xia Dynasty. After all, the spiritual energy in Tianchen World has not yet fully recovered, so the spiritual energy around Black Dragon City is richer. Many businessmen rely on doing business with those forces in the Mist World. Make a lot of money. Black Dragon City Beiwa Tower. Bai Guanjiao was sitting on the terrace of the restaurant, looking at the scenery in the distance. At this time, there were two other people sitting next to Bai Guanjiao. One is Lu Chen, the latest disciple sent by the Mystic Immortal sect, and the other is Gu Qichen, a disciple of the Linghu sect. After the two entered Black Dragon City, they immediately looked for their first batch of disciples who entered Tianchen World. As a result, no matter how they searched, the first batch of disciples they sent in seemed to disappear. Later, they discovered that the first batch of disciples sent by the 10,000 Immortals sect were still in Black Dragon City, so they came up with the idea that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect had destroyed the disciples of their two sects. Although I don't know how the 10,000 Immortals sect was able to deal with two disciples sent to Tianchen World by their two forces at the same time, the 10,000 Immortals sect's suspicions were very high, so they came to find Bai Guanjiao of the 10,000 Immortals sect today. Questioning comes. Bai Guanjiao said with a smile, "You two, now that our three major forces have formed an alliance, some news is not good news for you. It is better not to know. I am afraid it will not be conducive to our unity in the future." Hearing Bai Guanjiao's words, Gu Qichen sneered and said, "It's not conducive to unity? Your 10,000 Immortals sect killed the disciples of our two factions. Now when you say this, who is doing things that are not conducive to unity? Who knows whether your 10,000 Immortals sect will stab you in the dark and attack the disciples of Mystic Immortals sect and Linghu sect again?" Bai Liken also said at this moment, "Bai Guanjiao, if you don't give us an explanation today, I'm afraid the disciples of our two factions won't let it go. Tell us, where did the first batch of disciples we sent to Tianchen World go? Why did they disappear, but your disciples from the 10,000 Immortals sect are still here?" When Bai Liken finished speaking, Gu Qichen also echoed, "Bai Guanjiao, I think it was your disciples from the 10,000 Immortals sect who plotted against the disciples of our two major forces while they were not paying attention." After hearing what the two said, Bai Guanjiao laughed, and then said, "Since you two insist on me giving an explanation, then I will tell you the truth. As for whether you believe it or not, that is your own business. After we came to Tianchen World, the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect clashed. In the end, the disciples of your two major forces both suffered losses. In the end, they refused to give up, especially the disciples of Mystic Immortal sect. In order to kill them all, they left Black Dragon City and chased the disciples of Linghu sect to the hinterland of Daxia. In the end, they were all destroyed by the gods of Daxia. If you don't want to believe it, you can try sending someone to Daxia's capital to investigate. If I remember correctly, Lei Wenda of Linghu sect is still alive." This. Originally, the two of them really didn't believe it. They were here to protest, and their thoughts were already confirmed in their hearts. In their opinion, it was the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect who plotted against their first batch of disciples, which was why they did not see any of their former disciples after they came to Black Dragon City. As a result, Bai Guanzhaihu said that Lei Wenda was still alive. If Revender is dead, then there will be no evidence to prove it. They can say anything, but it is different if someone is alive. At this time, Bai Liken felt that Bai Guanzhaihu might have told the truth. As a disciple of the Mystic Immortal Sect, he naturally knew what kind of mission the previous group of disciples had. They did cooperate with the 10,000 Immortals sect at the beginning, with the purpose of destroying the disciples of the Linghu sect, so it sounds like that is the case for both the Mystic sect and the Linghu sect to suffer losses. But if both the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect were harmed, then why were the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect, who were allies of the Mystic Immortal sect, okay? The ones who have disappeared now are the disciples of Mystic Immortal sect and Linghu sect. Are the disciples of 10,000 Immortal sects sitting on the mountain watching the fight between tigers and tigers from the beginning? Is it true that as Bai Guanzhaihu said, those disciples were eliminated by the gods of the Great Xia Dynasty? What kind of strength could the heavenly beings of the Great Xia Dynasty have? How could they be the opponents of the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect? Lu Chen still felt that something was wrong. He still thought that Bai Guanzhaihu must be hiding something. Seeing that the two of them still didn't seem to believe what he said, Bai Guanzhaihu said calmly, "Gu Qichen, if you want to know the truth, send someone to Yanqing immediately. Don't waste time here. When you know the truth, I believe you know who to trouble." Hearing Bai Guanzhaihu's words, Bai Liken's face darkened. If what Bai Guanzhaihu said was true, wouldn't it mean that the Mystic Immortal sect had taken action against the Linghu sect's disciples from the beginning? In this case, the Linghu sect will take the blame on them. Lu Chen immediately said, "We will not pursue the matter of the previous batch of disciples. Now that our three major forces have become allies, we must work together to fight against other forces and not let the small things in the past affect our relationship." Seeing that Lu Chen changed his mind so quickly, Gu Qichen sneered and said, "Bai Liken, you are very generous. If you say you don't want to pursue the case, you won't pursue it. I'm afraid there is something wrong with you, right?" Lu Chen said expressionlessly, "Gu Qichen, please don't continue to pester us. Our enemies are disciples of other forces. If our three major forces continue to fight among themselves and our mission fails, will you be able to take responsibility then?" Gu Qichen clenched his fists. It was true that they were allies now. If the Linghu sect wanted to pursue the Mystic Immortal sect's fault, it would inevitably cause a stalemate in the relationship between them. Gu Qichen snorted coldly and said nothing more. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 636, Peace Talks with the Forces in the Foggy World? Gu Qichen originally wanted to win over the Mystic sect and then cause trouble with the Mystic sect. The first batch of disciples of the Linghu sect and Mystic sect have disappeared, but the disciples of Mystic sect are still there, so it must be it was the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect who did this. As long as it is confirmed that Wangxian sect did it, Linghu sect and Muxian sect will be on the same front. As a result, Bai Guanzhaihu now tells them that the disciples of Muxian sect and Linghu sect killed each other and were eventually killed by Daxia. The dynasty perished together. Although this sounded very false, Lu Chen suddenly changed his mind at this time and no longer held the 10,000 Immortals sect responsible, and it seemed as if he really believed what Bai Guanzhaihu said. In this case, how could Gu Qichen not know what all this was going on? It was most likely that the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect received the mission from the sect and attacked the disciples of the Linghu sect when they entered the Tianquan world. As a result, they underestimated the Linghu sect. The strength of the disciples of the Fox clan eventually led to the loss of both sides, and then they were taken over by the Great Xia Dynasty. The result is a fight between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman wins. Gu Qichen thought about it, and now the three major forces have formed an alliance. Although some unpleasant things happened before, after the alliance, these things can only be put aside temporarily. In addition, now that the Mystic Immortal sect has rebelled, it is impossible for him to pull the disciples of the mystic immortal sect to deal with the 10,000 immortals sect, so he can only give up on it. Anyway, the first batch of disciples of the mystic immortal sect have also disappeared. After the restrictions in the mist world disappear, they will let their elder sect masters waffle, and they will not have to worry about this. Now the main task of their three major forces is to clean up the disciples of other sect forces in the foggy world. Thinking of this, Gu Qichen looked at Bai Guanjiu and said, "When the restriction disappears, I will tell our leader exactly what you said. As for whether he believes it or not, that is his business." Bai Guanjiu smiled faintly, showing that he didn't care at all. Half a month later. Yanqing Government Hall. Today is another great meeting, and the focus of today's great meeting is to fight against the invaders from the mist world. Li Rui stood in the center of the hall and said, "The invaders from the mist world wantonly killed my people in Daxia and occupied our land. Especially the people who are close to the mist world live in fear and panic all day long. At the end of the day, Your Majesty, I believe that those invaders can no longer be allowed to continue unscrupulously." After Li Rui finished speaking, a minister said, "I also believe that those invaders can no longer be allowed to continue to persecute the people of Daxia. However, with Daxia's current strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to fight against those invaders from the foggy world." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes immediately fell on the minister. The next moment, the minister's identity information appeared in front of Lu Chen. Name, Huang Minghui. Identity, the Minister of Household Affairs of the Great Xia Dynasty. After being bewitched by Lei Wenda, a disciple of the Linghu sect, he believed that the Great Xia Dynasty was hopeless, so he chose to join the Linghu sect. Strength, 8th grade. Loyalty, 10. Seeing Huang Minghui's information, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, and he said that letting Lei Wenda out would be useful. Not long after Lei Wenda was released, the traitor in the court jumped out. Lu Chen still knew a little about Huang Minghui. After all, he was the Minister of Household Affairs. Huang Minghui is a minister who came from the old capital of Daxia. He was relatively loyal to Lu Chen at first, with a loyalty of about 60, and later his loyalty increased to 70 or 80. It is precisely because of this that he can go to the position of Minister of Household Affairs. After Lu Chen looked at Huang Minghui, he said lightly, "Then based on Huang Iking's opinion, what should we do?" Huang Minghui said, "I think we should send envoys to negotiate with all the forces in the foggy world and establish good relations with those forces." Li Rui said at this time, "I'm afraid that Huang Shilang's idea is a little too naive. The invaders from the mist world want the land of our world. If we want to have a good relationship with them, don't we have to cede the land to them?" Huang Minghui said, "In the final analysis, those forces in the mist world are just sect forces. Even if they are given some land, they will not have any impact on the Great Xia Dynasty. What's more, the sects in the misty world are very powerful. If His Majesty can win over them, Daxia's strength will reach a higher level in the future." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Huang Iking's idea is very popular with me. I think we should really have a good relationship with the forces in the foggy world." Seeing that Lu Chen had said so, Li Rui had no choice but to shut up. However, Li Rui felt that Lu Chen might not have thought so. He just offered to fight against the intruders because he felt that the emperor had moved against the intruders. Murderous intention. As a result, the emperor now said that he wanted to live in harmony and have a good relationship with the invaders from the misty world. How could this be possible? Others have come to invade your world and kill people randomly on your land. You also said that you want to have a good relationship with those forces. Li Rui doesn't think Lu Chen is such an emperor. He has been following Lu Chen since he was the king of the north. He knew Lu Chen too well, and Lu Chen would definitely take action against those intruders. Lu Chen said at this time, "I wonder if there are any other lovers who think peace talks should be held." At this time, another minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I also believe that we should have peace talks with those forces in the mist world. This is an opportunity for the Great Xia Dynasty. Then more ministers came forward one after another. Even Lu Chen agreed to the peace talks, so they didn't have to hide their inner thoughts. In fact, from the beginning, many ministers believed that there should be no conflict with the forces in the mist world, especially some ministers who understood the mist world. They felt that the Great Xia Dynasty and the strength of the mist world were enemies, and there would definitely be no good results. However, they thought about Lu Chen's personal character. Lu Chen was the emperor with absolute authority in this world. He was more powerful than any emperor in the history of this world. No one dared to talk about peace talks in front of Lu Chen, the emperor. They were afraid of angering Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen has agreed to the peace talks, they don't have to pretend. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the ministers in the hall who were in favor of the peace talks. There were many loyal ministers among these ministers, but most of them were wavering losers. The loyalty of many ministers had dropped below 30. Obviously, they are not optimistic about Daxia in their hearts. Many ministers may be thinking about surrendering or joining forces in the misty world. Lu Chen said at this time, "Since all my dear friends think that peace talks can be negotiated, then I will trouble you to help me make a trip. I have basically understood what forces have entered our world. Next, I would like to trouble my dear friends to meet with the representatives of those forces and express my willingness to sit down and negotiate with them. However, there are many forces in the mist world. So I need to sit down and negotiate with all their forces." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the ministers present felt strange for some reason. Negotiating peace with the forces in the mist world? Really peace talks? If it were a peace talk, wouldn't those forces in the mist world take this opportunity to directly divide the Great Xia Dynasty? Thinking of this, all the ministers looked at Zhuge Chongguang, hoping that he could say something to persuade Lu Chen. However, Zhuge Chongguang just sat quietly without any movement, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. End of chapter. Chapter 637 Attack is the best defense. After Lu Chen determined that he wanted to negotiate with the forces in the mist world, the ministers who were entrusted with important tasks by Lu Chen began to prepare to go to Black Dragon City to negotiate with all the forces in the mist world. Huang Minghui, who is the Minister of Household Affairs, is also preparing, and the force Huang Minghui wants to contact is the Spirit Fox sect, the third largest force in the misty world, which makes Huang Minghui very happy. If they can secretly take refuge in the Spirit Fox sect, even if the restrictions in the mist world disappear from now on, nothing will happen to them. Yanchinj. Huang Mansion. Huang Minghui was writing something in the study at the moment. At this moment, the servant said at the door of the study, "Master, Mr. Wen is here." Huang Minghui said, "Let him come in." The next moment, a man wearing a splendid robe entered Huang Minghui's study. After the man entered the study, he smiled and said, "Huang Shilang, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your strength has improved again." Huang Minghui said with a smile, "Isn't this thanks to Mr. Wen's guidance?" As Huang Minghui spoke, he took out a piece of white paper and a writing brush and handed them to Lei Wenda. The Mr. Wen mentioned by Huang Minghui is none other than Lei Wenda, whose power has been abolished. After Revender was released, he was extremely depressed at first, thinking that he could only live like a pig or a dog in this life. But he quickly regained his confidence. He wanted to spread the news that the Great Xia Dynasty was the 10,000 Immortals sect, spread it to the ears of the Linghu sect, and let all the forces in the mist world know. By that time, the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Great Xia Dynasty will become the target of public criticism and be besieged by all forces in the misty world. Lei Wenda tried every means to get close to the officials of Daxia, and then told those officials about the situation in the mist world, and also gave them a lot of pie. Of course, there were also practical benefits, such as teaching them skills and making them stronger. Amplitude increase. Take Huang Minghui as an example. Huang Minghui was originally just an ordinary person, but since Lei Wenda taught him the techniques, he has been promoted to the 8th level in a very short period of time. Huang Minghui's body suddenly became much stronger, and his whole person became more energetic. Huang Minghui had never experienced such a feeling before. The surge in strength also made Huang Minghui's ambitions become even greater, and he also lost his respect for Lu Chen. He believed that Lu Chen was just an emperor of the lower world. If he could hold the Linghu sect tightly, one day he can also have the same strength as Lu Chen, and even become a real immortal. Huang Minghui's rebellion allowed Lei Wenda to see an opportunity. Later, he used the same method to win over many ministers of Daxia. Of course, some of them directly rejected Lei Wenda. However, many ministers could not pass the test of sudden increase in strength, especially those civil servants. Most generals knew Lu Chen's interests, so it was difficult for Lei Wenda to fool them. But civil servants are different, especially those from the capital. Those civil servants are ordinary people with little strength. After gaining such great strength all of a sudden, they will naturally have some ideas. At this time, Revender wrote on the paper, "How is the situation?" Huang Minghui said, "Mr. Wen, I always feel that although my skills have improved, my strength has not improved much." During Huang Minghui's break in speaking, he wrote on a piece of paper, "Emperor Xia has agreed to negotiate peace with those forces in the foggy world, and plans to send some ministers to contact the major forces in the foggy world." Seeing what Huang Minghui wrote on the paper, the corners of Lei Wenda's mouth raised slightly. It seemed that Emperor Xia could no longer withstand the pressure. So what if the Great Xia Dynasty belongs to the 10,000 Immortals sect? The 10,000 Immortals sect has only one sect. The most important thing is that the 10,000 Immortals sect is not the strongest force in the misty world now. How could a 10,000 Immortals sect be the opponent of all the forces in the mist world? The final result must be peace talks. At this time, Revender pretended to say, "Maybe it's because you haven't participated in actual combat or fought, so you can't feel the level of your strength." Having said this, Lei Wenda wrote on another piece of white paper, "Then what ministers did Emperor Xia send to contact the forces in the mist world? Did he send any ministers to contact the disciples of the Linghu sect?" Huang Minghui saw Lei Wenda's thoughts at a glance, and he immediately wrote on the paper, "The ministers sent by Emperor Xia all agree with the peace talks, including me, and I am the minister who contacted the Linghu sect." Seeing what Huang Minghui wrote on the paper, Lei Wenda was very excited. So, he can now connect with the disciples of Linghu sect through Huang Minghui? Lei Wenda immediately wrote on the paper, "When you go to Black Dragon City, you must tell the disciples of Linghu sect about me. As long as you explain to them that you have taken refuge in Linghu sect, they will definitely give you a lot benefit." After seeing what Lei Wenda wrote, the corners of Huang Minghui's mouth rose, and he looked very happy. Getting on the line with the Linghu sect was the beginning of his transformation. He was even imagining that he could become the spokesperson of the Linghu sect in the world, be an emperor or something. Immediately afterwards, Huang Minghui also wrote on the paper, "Okay, I will definitely tell the disciples of Linghu sect about your experience." After Lei Wenda finished reading what was written on the paper, Huang Minghui crumpled the paper used for communication on their desk into a ball, put it into the brazier in the study, and burned it all. The brazier in the study room was specially used to burn these things, in order to avoid being discovered by Jin Yiwei. During the time when he was dealing with Lei Wenda, Huang Minghui had always been cautious. He never had any verbal communication with Lei Wenda about the Linghu sect and Daxia. They always pretended to discuss skills and how to improve strength, and then write down what they communicated on paper. In this way, even if Jin Yiwei eavesdrops outside, he can only hear them discussing the techniques. Lei Wenda and Huang Minghui then continued to discuss how to improve their strength. While discussing, they also exchanged on paper what Huang Minghui should say after meeting the disciples of the Linghu sect. About an hour later, Lei Wenda left Huang Minghui's home. At the same time, Daxia, the imperial palace. Lu Chen was handling government affairs in the Imperial Study Room. At this time, Zhuge Chongguang and a group of generals came to wait outside the Imperial Study Room. The next moment, the maid's voice came, "Your Majesty, the Grand Bachelor and the others are here." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked at the army plan in his hand and said, "Everyone, come in." Immediately, all the important generals of the army entered the Imperial Study Room. When the military generals entered the Imperial Study Room, they realized that the peace talks Lu Chen mentioned could not be Lu Chen's true thoughts. Many of them would not convene a military meeting immediately after the imperial meeting. Next, what was being discussed was probably Lu Chen's true thoughts. Lu Chen glanced at the generals, and then said, "Today's military structure can no longer keep up with the development of Daxia, so I plan to make adjustments and changes again." Hearing this, all the generals, "You look at me and I look at you." Mu Chongtian asked, "I wonder how your Majesty plans to reform the army?" Lu Chen replied, "I plan to establish a new army." New army? Hearing this, the generals in the royal study were stunned for a moment. Another new army? In the past, the new army was an army mainly based on gunpowder weapons. Now that a new army is being established, what will it be based on? Lu Chen continued, "Some of you should have heard that Daxia has developed a more powerful weapon called runic weapon. This kind of weapon can easily kill a pseudo-celestial being, and it can even kill a celestial being." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Imperial Study Room was startled. They had indeed heard that there were new weapons in the Great Xia military factory, and some of them had even discovered that the weapons factory was testing new weapons. Many people had witnessed it. Mushroom cloud produced by rune weapons. It's just that they didn't expect that the new weapons were so powerful and could easily kill pseudo-celestial beings, and even celestial beings. If he had such a weapon, would Daxia still be afraid of the forces in the foggy world? Not only do they not have to be afraid, their troops can even go directly to attack the misty world. For a time, the generals became active in their hearts. If they could become the generals of the new army, it would be such a great honor for them. At this moment, all the generals were ready to recommend themselves. Lu Chen glanced at the generals present, and then said, "The new army will be equipped with rune weapons, and there will be an actual battle soon. From now on, the main force of the new army will be the mission is to expand outward and deal with forces or enemies that can threaten Daxia's existence in advance. We can't be so passive every time and wait for others to attack us. We have to take the initiative. Attack is the best defense." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the generals immediately understood why Lu Chen wanted those ministers to contact the forces in the mist world during the meeting and proposed peace talks together. "I'm afraid that the day of the peace talks will be the day when those forces in the mist world will be annihilated in one fell swoop. As long as those forces gather together, the rune weapons will be drawn out and they will be killed in one fell swoop." After hearing what Lu Chen said, the generals became excited. The next moment, one of the generals said, "Your Majesty is right, offense is the best defense. Your Majesty, I am willing to join the new army. Your Majesty, I also want to join the new army." With Daxia's current military merit system, war is what the generals look forward to. Ever since Daxia completed the unification of the world, they have been idle every day. Some generals have even begun to wonder whether the emperor no longer needs them. In addition to the army, there are other disciples of sect forces maintaining the rule of Daxia. The role of the army has been weakened, so the generals have always been anxious. Now Lu Chen said that he would form a new army, and also proposed that offense is the best defense. This moment made all the generals see the hope of realizing their value again. End of chapter. Chapter 638 Chen and number 039, ER, I have something to discuss with you tonight. Seeing the excited generals in the Imperial Study Room, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "Generals, don't be so anxious. There are not many rune weapons now, and there is no large-scale mass production yet, so the number of new troops will not be too many. Moreover, the selection difficulty of the new army will be greatly increased. The strength must be at least 9th level or above to be eligible to join the new army. Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone in the Imperial study room was slightly stunned. Above 9th grade? Although there are more and more warriors in Daxia's army, there are still only a few who have reached the 9th level. It seems that the first batch of new army soldiers only numbered a few thousand. At this time, Lu Chen handed over the new army plan in his hand. This is the new army plan that I drafted. Please see if there is anything that needs to be added. If so, just put it forward directly. The selection of the new army will begin this month. We will strive to have the new army form combat effectiveness before the peace talks between the major forces in the misty world of Daxia. The army they formed this time is no longer meant to deal with ordinary people. The army's training methods and combat methods will undergo great changes, and the previous fighting methods can no longer be used. After everyone took the new army planning book from Lu Chen's hand, they read it carefully. The name of the new army is the War Dragon Army. The main responsibility of this army is to explore the outside world and eliminate possible enemies. Seeing the responsibilities of the War Dragon Army, everyone understood what Lu Chen wanted to do. It seemed that their Majesty no longer wanted to be limited to this world. Indeed, at such a young age, the Emperor already possesses the strength of the creation realm. How could an emperor in such a prosperous age want to stay in this lower world all his life, eating and waiting to die? Since Emperor Xia wants to expand, they have a place to realize their value. Later, Lu Chen and a group of generals discussed the creation of the Dragon War Army. This discussion lasted until late at night. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Chen said, "That's it for today. When you go back, each of you will write a memorial and write down your thoughts on the new army. I will read them all by then." All the generals saluted together and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen didn't say anything more, and just operated away from the Imperial study room. Soon the voices of the generals came from the Imperial study room, "Farewell to Your Majesty." After Lu Chen left the Imperial study, he went directly to Chu Yukin's bedroom. At this time, Chu Yukin and Chu Qingli were discussing something in the pavilion. Suddenly, the two women felt a breeze blowing. The two women instantly realized that the bad man was here. Just when they turned back, Lu Chen's voice sounded behind them, "What are you two ladies discussing in the pavilion so late? Why don't you go into the room to sleep?" Could it be that they knew I was coming and deliberately stayed in the pavilion, waiting for me inside? After turning her head and seeing that it was Lu Chen, Chu Yukin smiled and then said, "We were discussing some issues about cultivation. King Gli said that she always couldn't concentrate when she was practicing Suan Gong." Lu Chen said, "Well, this is actually easy to solve." After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Qingli asked curiously, "Your Majesty, do you know how to solve it?" Lu Chen said, "The best time to practice Suan Kung Fu is when you practice with me. If you feel that you can't concentrate while practicing Suan Kung Fu, then you can come to me or send someone to tell me. I will then help you focus." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Qingli looked at Lu Chen with a strange expression. She instantly saw through this bad man's little thoughts. What helped her concentrate? He said it so nicely, didn't he just want to occupy her body? When she was practicing dual cultivation, she practiced Suan Kung Fu, which meant helping Lu Chen enjoy himself. Lu Chen continued, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's so late tonight, let's go to bed early." Chu Yukin said at this time, "Chener, you probably haven't had dinner yet. I'll have someone prepare it right now." After Chu Yukin finished speaking, as soon as she stood up, Lu Chen directly hugged the body of the mature and beautiful woman in front of him, and then Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "With two delicious dishes in front of you, what else are you having for dinner?" Hearing this, Chu Yukin's jade cheeks felt slightly hot. At this time, her heart also became extremely guilty. She felt that it was herself who had caused Lu Chen to become like this. He liked to have sex with women every day. There is no such thing as serious cultivation anymore. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin felt very sad inside. She felt that Lu Chen should not continue like this. She must find a way to get Lu Chen back on track and start his serious cultivation. After thinking about it, Chu Yukin finally made up her mind. No matter what, she could not let Lu Chen continue to fall. She had to tell Lu Chen what happened in the past. Even if Lu Chen would hate her for this and think she was an enemy, she had to say that she didn't want to see Lu Chen be completely trapped in this world until his end. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin smiled and said to Lu Chen, "Chener, I have something to discuss with you tonight. Let King Gli have a good rest." Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Chu King Gli felt a little unhappy. When did her sister become so selfish? When Lu Chen came to their dormitory before, Chu Yukin would take her with him. Why did she let herself rest today? A person eats alone. Is there something wrong with eating alone? However, Chu King Gli didn't say it directly. Although she wanted to do it in her heart, she was a woman who didn't mean what she meant. She couldn't say anything like asking Lu Chen for sex. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen was a little curious about what Chu Yukin could do to him, and even sent Chu King Gli away. In the past, when he came to their place, Chu Yukin would definitely drag Chu King Gli with him. After all, Chu Yukin alone was not his opponent. Although Chu King Gli was not his opponent, it was still better than having no one to share the firepower. Be strong. Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "Okay, let's go to the room and have a good chat now." As he spoke, Lu Chen directly hugged Chu Yukin and used apparition, and the two of them entered the room instantly. After arriving at Chu Yukin's room, before Chu Yukin could say anything, Lu Chen put her on the soft couch, then pressed on her soft and warm body, looking down at her eyes. Stunningly beautiful eyes. Chu Yukin's cheeks were covered with large red clouds, and there was some mist in her eyes. Now, as long as she comes into contact with Lu Chen's body, she can't help but get emotional. Especially after she recovered the memory of her previous life, she felt that she might have inherited all the feelings of the main body. Maybe the main body had transferred all her feelings for Lu Chen to her clone in order to strip away her own feelings. Above. That's why she likes Lu Chen so much and can't control herself when she meets Lu Chen. Seeing the shy look of the beautiful woman, Lu Chen was extremely excited for a moment. Chu Yukin said at this time, "Chener, there is something I have been afraid to tell you. I'm afraid you will hate me for it. But I have thought about it for a long time. I don't want to see you continue to sink like this. Only by telling you that can you cheer up and be able to get out of this world in the future." After Chu Yukin finished speaking, Lu Chen smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later. I'm hungry." After saying that, Lu Chen leaned down and their lips touched. Chu Yukin struggled slightly, but finally let Lu Chen do whatever he wanted. Chapter 639 How do you think I should retaliate against you? Chu Yukin was helpless. She had no resistance at all in front of Lu Chen. No matter how Lu Chen wanted to play with her, she would subconsciously cooperate without even knowing how to resist. Of course, it would be useless for her to resist. She also planned to tell Lu Chen what happened in her previous life earlier to cheer him up, but Lu Chen caught her and started to indulge again. She had no choice but to let Lu Chen enjoy himself. In order to calm down Lu Chen as soon as possible, Chu Yukin immediately used the Suan Kung Fu. With the help of Suan Gong, Lu Chen soon gained a certain degree of satisfaction. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukin's beautiful face, took a few deep breaths, and then asked with a smile, "Okay, Aunt Chu, if you have anything to say, just say it." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin gradually came back to her senses. She looked at Lu Chen's determined eyes and suddenly felt scared in her heart. If she really told Lu Chen everything, what if Lu Chen really resented her? It's okay to resent her. After all, this is what her main body did, and her clone should indeed bear the punishment. But if Lu Chen hates her children together, he will not treat his own children well in the future. When she thought of this, Chu Yukin hesitated. Seeing that Chu Yukin didn't speak for a long time, Lu Chen seemed to have understood something. At this time, he glanced at Chu Yukin's updated information card and found that Chu Yukin had restored her memory. The things Chu Yukin wants to tell herself are most likely the things she has done on her own, or the things she tells herself about her past life. Seeing that Chu Yukin didn't speak for a long time, Lu Chen raised his hand, gently stroked her jade face, and said with a smile, "Aunt Chu, if you haven't thought about it yet, then don't say anything." "I don't think so. Something particularly important." Hearing this, Chu Yukin's brain was slightly shaken. She then bit her silver teeth and said firmly, "No, I want to say that I can no longer see you continue to degenerate." Lu Chen pretended to be confused and asked, "Degenerate? What does this mean?" Chu Yukin took a deep breath, looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "The reason why you think about women all day long is actually not your own thoughts. You were not such a person in your previous life. It was because you were influenced by something. That's why it became what it is now." Hearing this, Lu Chen looked even more confused. "Previous life? Aunt Chu, what are you talking about?" Chu Yukin took a deep breath again, and seemed to have made up a lot of determination. She continued, "Chen'er, you promise me that no matter what I say later, you will remember it, even if you say it again. No matter how much you hate me, our children are always innocent." Lu Chen said with a smile, "You are my woman, how could I hate you, and it's not like you don't know what kind of person I am. No matter what I do, there is no way I can treat my child badly." Although Lu Chen had long known that the children he gave birth to took away his luck and the power of his bloodline, Lu Chen actually didn't care at all. Maybe it was because he didn't feel the influence of his luck and bloodline on him. Come the benefits. He only knew that those children were his own flesh and blood, and it was impossible for him to resent his own flesh and blood. Seeing that Lu Chen had said this, Chu Yukin no longer concealed anything. She said directly, "Chen'er, you have a special identity." Lu Chen asked, "Special status?" Seeing the confused look on Lu Chen's face, Chu Yukin judged in her heart that Lu Chen had indeed not recovered his memory. Then Chu Yukin continued, "In your previous life, you were the prince of the Shenyu Emperor of the Xia Dynasty in the Qianyuan world." Lu Chen looked shocked. "Previous life? Aunt Chu, what are you talking about? Do you know about my past life? Then what kind of person was I in my previous life?" Chu Yukin sighed slightly and continued, "I know it is difficult for you to accept it for a while. It is different from the previous life in your memory. I will tell you the reason later." In Chu Yukin's view, the reason why Lu Chen was shocked was because the Tianyan stone implanted false memories into Lu Chen. Lu Chen now most likely thinks that he is just a disciple of the demon sect, so he is treating him like Emperor Shenyu. The identity of his son was so shocking. Chu Yukin continued, "In your previous life, you were a person who devoted yourself to cultivation and didn't care about the secular world. You only wanted to become an emperor." Lu Chen asked, "Then will I finally become the emperor?" Chu Yukin replied, "No, you were originally the strongest among all the princes and expected to become emperor within 10,000 years. However, Emperor Shenyu suddenly recalled all his princes one day, and then killed them all, and confining their souls in soul beads, they will be sent to various worlds for reincarnation and training." Lu Chen asked, "Why would Emperor Shenyu do this?" Chu Yukin said, "No one knows the reason why he did this, and no one dares to ask." Having said this, Chu Yukin took a look at Lu Chen's expression, and seeing the shocked look on his face, Chu Yukin bit her silver teeth again, and then continued, your soul beads were originally released into this world normally. If you followed your original trajectory, you should have been reborn 1,000 years ago. Lu Chen asked, then why have I only been reborn for more than 20 years? Chu Yukin said, in your previous life, the saint of Gi sect admired you very much and always wanted to be your Taoist companion, but you refused again and again. Later, Emperor Shenyu discovered that she had a chaotic spirit body, so he forced Gi sect to he sent her to the Xia Dynasty and became the queen. That woman thinks that you rejected her and failed to clear her innocence, which is why she was forced to marry Emperor Shenyu. In order to take revenge on you, she used the power of the Tianyan stone to implant a false memory into you, making you feel that you were a disciple of the demon sect in your previous life. You could practice the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu, and transfer the spiritual energy of this world to you. He was imprisoned in a world of mist, and even created a demon in this world. You are the descendant of Emperor Shenyu, and you have a special bloodline. You cannot have children casually. Once you give birth to a child, your child will take away your luck and the power of your bloodline, making it difficult for you to grow up in the end. Originally, with your talent, you could regain your strength in less than 10,000 years. Now, at this point, Chu Yukin stopped talking. In her opinion, Lu Chen might not be able to regain his peak strength even if it takes 100,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. This made Chu Yukin feel very guilty. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, this saint of the Gi sect is really vicious. Hearing this, Chu Yukin's whole body trembled slightly. Sure enough, Lu Chen became disgusted with the main body. Lu Chen continued, so, it's all because of her that I do male-female things with my wives and concubines today. Chu Yukin fell silent and did not answer. Lu Chen said with a smile, then shouldn't I still thank her for allowing me to enjoy such treatment? Chu Yukin thought that what Lu Chen said was ironic and still did not dare to open her mouth to continue. She was still very confused in her heart about whether she should tell Lu Chen that she was the clone of Queen Shenyu. Lu Chen asked at this time, Aunt Chu, is that Queen Shenyu beautiful? Chu Yukin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lu Chen to ask this question. After coming back to her senses, Chu Yukin replied, she is very similar to me. Lu Chen said, she is still a great beauty. It's really strange. Then why didn't I agree to her pursuit in the previous life? Chu Yukin said, in your previous life, you were devoted to the Tao and had no love between men and women. Lu Chen said, then I was a bit stupid in my previous life. A chaotic spirit took the initiative to pursue my saintess, but I didn't agree. My father in the previous life was so interested in the chaos spirit. That chaos spirit must be special and can greatly enhance a person's strength. I was still short-sighted in my previous life. This. Chu Yukin didn't expect Lu Chen to say that. She didn't know how to speak for a moment. Why did Lu Chen not continue to criticize her main body, but instead started to find his own problems? Lu Chen looked into Chu Yukin's eyes at this time and said with a smile, Aunt Chu, that holy girl from the Guanyin sect did this to me, how do you think I should retaliate against her? Chu Yukin was silent again. She was the clone of Queen Shenyu, so she couldn't answer this question. Lu Chen continued, I think she should be imprisoned and let her make a furnace for me for the rest of her life. What do you think of this punishment? Chu Yukin still didn't answer, but what she was thinking in her heart was that if it was really just this punishment, she would be willing to be Lu Chen's furnace for the rest of her life. Lu Chen continued to ask, Aunt Chu, I'm a little curious about your true identity. How do you know these things? Chu Yukin continued to be silent for a moment, and finally said, because I am the clone of the saint of the Guanyin sect. What? Lu Chen immediately looked shocked. Chu Yukin sighed and said, in order to see the whole process of your fall, my master created this clone of me and sent me to your mother to wait for your birth. But not long after I came to this world, I lost contact with my main body, and my memory was sealed by a mysterious force. Having said this, Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Chener, no matter how you retaliate against me, I accept it and admit it. You must not have any resentment towards our children. They are all innocent. Seeing the beautiful woman's pitiful and touching appearance, Lu Chen's inner desire to conquer suddenly surged. Coupled with the fact that Chu Yukin was the clone of his enemy, Lu Chen now wanted to torture her to death. At this time, Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Yukin's cheek and said with a smile, "Aunt Chu, I didn't expect that you are actually the clone of my enemy. Now that you have fallen into my hands, how do you think I should retaliate against you?" End of chapter. Chapter 640 New Show? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukin fell silent again and did not speak. It doesn't matter to her now, as long as Lu Chen doesn't resent their child. Whether Lu Chen wanted to kill her or lock her up and keep her as a furnace, she could accept it in her heart. Seeing that Chu Yukin didn't speak, Lu Chen also stared at her beautiful face quietly without saying a word. The room suddenly became quiet. Even Chu Qingli next door was extremely surprised. She was thinking about why the war stopped so quickly today. Could this guy Lu Chen be in trouble? If it had been before, Chu Yukin would still be crying and crying. Really weird. At this time, Chu Yukin closed her eyes, waiting for Lu Chen to pronounce her death sentence. Seeing the beautiful woman's resigned look, Lu Chen burst out laughing. After hearing Lu Chen's laughter, Chu Yukin opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen doubtfully. Lu Chen immediately said, "Aunt Chu, I'm a little curious. Is your main body still innocent now?" This. Chu Yukin didn't know why Lu Chen asked this question, but she still answered, "The chaotic spirit body matures extremely slowly. Although your father used a lot of elixirs on my master, it doesn't take tens of thousands of years. It is difficult to mature, so there is a high probability that my body is still innocent. If her innocence is eliminated in advance, her chaotic spirit body will be destroyed. This is why she resents you for not agreeing to be her Taoist companion. If you destroy her chaotic spirit body, your father will not discover her special physique, and she will not be imprisoned in the Xia Dynasty." Lu Chen stroked Chu Yukin's jade cheek and said, "Such a beautiful woman, why didn't I agree to her pursuit in the previous life?" Chu Yukin asked, "What are you going to do with me?" Lu Chen did not answer Chu Yukin's question, but said, "I have decided, I must grow up quickly, and then imprison your main body to be my cauldron. I will torture her every day and destroy her. Let me be the only one in her mind, otherwise it will be difficult to understand the hatred in my heart." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin didn't know why, but suddenly felt a strange and refreshing feeling in her heart, and even her whole body became tense. Lu Chen also felt Chu Yukin's situation. Seeing that Chu Yukin was actually excited, Lu Chen burst out laughing again. He didn't expect Chu Yukin to be such a person. Does Chu Yukin really want to torture her? Lu Chen paused for a moment, looking at Chu Yukin, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing a hint of joking. "As for your clone..." Chu Yukin suddenly became extremely nervous. She was not sure what Lu Chen would do to her. Lu Chen then leaned down, lying next to Chu Yukin's ear, and whispered, "Your main body did that to me, and now that I can't touch your main body, then you will be punished on her behalf." Just as Chu Yukin was about to say something, Lu Chen blocked her red lips and started his revenge. At this moment, Chu Qingli sat on the soft couch and listened carefully to what was going on next door, trying to hear clearly what Lu Chen and Chu Yukin were saying. She was just a little curious as to why today's battle ended so quickly. Just when she really thought that Lu Chen was in trouble, suddenly, Chu Yukin's crying voice came from the next door again, and this time she also heard Lu Chen's roar. "Vicious woman! You have caused me such misery. I will kill you today. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I don't dare to do that anymore." Chu Qingli was a little confused. What kind of drama was she performing today? Why hasn't she heard of this before? New show? Chu Qingli felt a little dissatisfied because her sister and Lu Chen didn't include her in their new show. Lu Chen and Chu Yukin's new show lasted all night, until early the next morning, when the sky was grey and bright. Chu Yukin's whole body was as soft as a puddle of mud. But she didn't have any resentment in her heart. On the contrary, the more cruel Lu Chen was to her, the more she felt it was a kind of redemption. After all, her main body had done so many excessive things to Lu Chen, and even cut off Lu Chen's love. The road to becoming an emperor. Even if Lu Chen really regarded her as a cauldron, she wouldn't say anything, not to mention that Lu Chen didn't really regard her as a cauldron. Although Lu Chen was more ferocious than before, he still used her cultivation and realm have also been improved through the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu. From this point of view, Lu Chen didn't really resent her. After stopping, Chu Yukin calmed down, and then said feebly, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." Before Chu Yukin could say anything, she was interrupted by Lu Chen and said, "What do you call me, Your Majesty? What you called me before will be what you call me in the future." Lu Chen really didn't hate Chu Yukin at all. From his perspective, he had grown up with Chu Yukin, and in the end Chu Yukin took good care of him, even taking care of him in bed. He also gave birth to 2 children, which made him hate him so much. Of course, it may be that he has no memory of his previous life, so he feels the passage of luck and blood power and cannot feel what he has lost, so naturally he doesn't care so much. After hearing Lu Chen's tough tone, Chu Yukin was slightly stunned, and then whispered, "Chen. Chener, you." Chu Yukin was about to speak but stopped. At this time, Lu Chen raised his upper body, looked into Chu Yukin's eyes and asked, "Aunt Chu, tell me about the Tianyan stone. I'm very interested in this thing." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin said, "The Tianyan stone is a special stone that can affect cause and effect to a certain extent. Using the Tianyan stone can control a person's life. Under normal circumstances, Tianyan stone will generate the direction of life based on everyone's innermost thoughts. Some people long for the help of a strong person deep down in their hearts. Under the influence of the Tianyan stone, after that person is reincarnated, the soul of a strong person may appear next to him. Some people deep down hope that they were strong in their previous lives. On that day, Yunqi will generate a false memory, allowing this person to continue to become stronger based on those false memories." Lu Chen said, "You said before that your main body used the Tianyan stone to implant in me the memory of being a demon sect in my previous life. Is that why I want to lie on women all day long?" Chu Yukin said softly, "Well, originally you were under the influence of the Tianyan stone and you had your own path of growth, but the main body controlled the Tianyan stone." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then my father didn't interfere." Chu Yukin said, "After he released your soul beads into various worlds, he left the rest to others while he went into seclusion himself, which gave the main body a chance. And my main body did not directly destroy your soul beads. Even if Emperor Shenwu knew about the small-scale adjustment, he most likely wouldn't think anything of it. With Emperor Shenwu's character, he might actually think this is good for you." Experience. Lu Chen was speechless. Is this Emperor Shenwu really his father? But think about it, this guy killed all his sons and then released their soul beads into various worlds. What kind of family affection does he still have in his eyes? He is a ruthless person. Lu Chen fell into silence at this time. The Tianyan stone and the Samsara stone are both stones. I don't know if there is any relationship. Although Chu Yukin's main body implanted the memory of a disciple of the demon sect into him, he actually did not have such a memory. He had always followed the guidance of the system. Thinking of this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that the system is actually fake and does not exist? The system is just an illusion created by the Tianyan stone? Because when he was on Earth, he often read system novels, and then Tianyunji thought that he could accept this way of growth deep in his heart, so he created a system to guide him to become stronger. So is Lu Chen from the Qianyuan world related to him? If it is related, why did the memory implanted by Chu Yukin into herself using the Tianyan stone not take effect? If it doesn't matter, how come Chu Yukin's clone came to him, and how to explain everything in Tianchen world now? Is all this the fault of Tianyan stone, or is there a more powerful force that makes Tianyan stone useless? And this greater power uses the resources prepared by Emperor Shenwu to make himself stronger. Now Lu Chen's mind was full of questions, but he did not take the initiative to ask the system because he knew very well that the current system could not answer any of his questions. Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Host, please rest assured that this system does not have any malicious intent towards the host. Lu Chen laughed inwardly when he heard the system's words. The more the system said this, the more he felt that there was a bigger conspiracy behind the system. Forget it, it's useless to think about it now, I should just hurry up and let my wives and concubines give birth to children in the world. Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Chen still couldn't hold it back. He then asked the system, tell me honestly, why was it a world of giving birth before and now a world of gestation? The system was just upgraded, not changed. Last time he asked the system said it was because of the influence of mysterious power. The influence of mysterious power made him keep having children. So now that the system allows him to give birth to a child world, whose idea was it? Perhaps sensing that Lu Chen was a little excited, the system prompted. This system has reminded the host that the host's previous reproductive method was too backward. In addition, the host came to this world through soul beads, and the body was affected by the bloodline of the Shenwu Emperor. Directly giving birth to children seriously limits the improvement of the host's strength. If the host and his concubines give birth to a child world, the creatures in the child world will be the host's children, and the host can also get feedback on the luck of these creatures. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Is it really just because the fertility efficiency is too low? End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 641 I can't find the main body to take revenge, so I can only. Seeing Lu Chen frowning, Chu Yukin instantly became nervous. She had told Lu Chen everything she knew. To Lu Chen, she might have lost her value. After Lu Chen didn't get anything out of the system, he was too lazy to continue paying attention to the system. He looked at Chu Yukin and said, Aunt Chu, the things you did on your own have nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to blame yourself. In my eyes, you are still my Aunt Chu, and I am still your Chener. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin's eyes were instantly filled with tears, and soon tears fell down from Chu Yukin's beautiful cheeks. She has been in a state of anxiety since she recovered her past life memories, fearing that Lu Chen would resent her because of this incident, or even anger their children. She did not expect that Lu Chen would still take advantage of her after knowing what she had done. She is an aunt. Seeing the beautiful woman's tears falling from her beautiful eyes, you, Lu Chen, immediately reached out your hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of Chu Yukin's eyes. While wiping away, you said, okay, Aunt Chu, everything it's all over, you don't have to worry, I will abandon you. You are my woman, how could I abandon you? Although you are a secondary child, you have never done anything sorry for me, and you have been with me growing up. Hearing Lu Chen's comfort, Chu Yukin couldn't hold back her tears, but she wasn't sobbing. She was very quiet now, but her eyes were unsatisfactory and tears kept pouring out. Lu Chen didn't say anything else. He just wiped Chu Yukin's tears quietly. After a long time, Chu Yukin recovered. She raised her jade hand, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stared into Lu Chen's eyes and said, Chener, thank you. Lu Chen said with a smile, I should thank you. If your clone hadn't come to my side, I might not even know my identity when my time comes. And you are a secondary body. If I can't find the main body to take revenge, then I can only bully you." Hearing this, the beautiful woman's cheeks became even more rosy, and then she said, Didn't you just say that what the main body did has nothing to do with me?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, but who told you to look the same? Before I catch your main body, you will have to serve me instead of your main body in the future, he 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 he." At this point, Lu Chen showed a smirk on his face, and Chu Yukin said shyly, "I got it." After Chu Yukin finished speaking, she immediately activated the Suan Kung Fu. For a moment, Lu Chen felt that his whole body was very energetic. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then continued to lean down and kissed Chu Yukin's red lips. He knew that Chu Yukin was still anxious. Only if he was a little more cruel to her and showed a look of revenge would the guilt and anxiety in her heart disappear. Then Lu Chen retaliated harshly on Chu Yukin, which dispelled Chu Yukin's inner anxiety. Qianyuan World. King Jin's fiefdom, the main meeting hall. A man wearing a golden embroidered robe and golden hair sat on a glittering chair. The man was more than 2 meters tall and very burly. Although his robe covered all the muscles in his body, the bulges of his muscles could clearly tell how strong he was. At this time, a man in black robe appeared in the hall. The man knelt on the ground, holding a scroll in both hands. "Your Majesty, this is the trial information of each prince collected by my subordinates." Upon hearing this, the 5th Prince Liu Yanghua raised his hand and waved, and the next moment the scroll flew into Liu Yanghua's hand. He opened the scroll, and then the scroll emitted a golden light, which showed the trial status of each prince. After seeing the trials of other princes, Liu Yanghua sneered and said, "They are all a bunch of trash. I have already returned to the Qianyuan world, but those trash haven't left the world where the trials are taking place. What qualifications do these losers have to compete with me for that position?" Having said this, Liu Yanghua's eyes fell on the trial screen of Tianchen World. Seeing the content displayed on the data, Liu Yanghua frowned slightly. Liu Yanghua then asked, "Liu Chen, what's going on?" In Liu Yanghua's view, Liu Chen was his most powerful competitor. After he recovered his memory, he had been worried that Liu Chen had returned to the Qianyuan world. As a result, judging from the collected intelligence, Liu Chen seems to have just reached the realm of heaven and humanity. What he can do when he first reaches the realm of heaven and humanity is that he may not even be able to control the ferry boat prepared by his father, let alone leave the world of heaven. He was a little curious as to why Liu Chen, who was originally the most powerful among all the princes, had now become the most useless one. After hearing Liu Yanghua's question, the man in black robes answered, "Your Majesty, according to the information obtained by my subordinates, the 9th prince's trial has been artificially interfered with, so he has been unable to grow up, and His Majesty Shenwu has already spoken. I have completely given up on the 9th prince." Hearing the words of the man in black robe, Liu Yanghua was immediately confused. Did he give up on Liu Chen? There was no way his father didn't know Liu Chen's strength. Among the princes, Liu Chen alone had the strength to challenge all their princes, but he gave up on Liu Chen just because of a trial? Did his father really think so? After Liu Yanghua pondered for a moment, he asked, "What did Liu Chen do after he went to Tianchen World?" The man in black robe said, "Back to your Majesty, since the 9th prince was reborn, he has been addicted to women. He spends all day having fun with women in bed, and has given birth to many children." Hearing that Liu Chen had given birth to an heir, Liu Yanghua immediately laughed, "Ha ha ha, no wonder my father gave up on him. Liu Chen, even if you are addicted to women, you actually dare to reproduce. Not to mention that you are no longer destined to be the emperor. I am afraid that your strength will not be back to your peak. I actually regarded you as a competitor back then. I was really blind." Liu Yanghua then said, "There is no need to discuss this trash. Let's talk about the saint of Suanya Palace. Has Suanya Palace found the saint? Liu Yanghua felt extremely excited when he thought of that fairy body. Although the fairy spirit body cannot keep up with the chaotic spirit body, it is not far behind. If he can use her as a furnace, his cultivation speed will definitely be greatly improved. It's a pity that the saint of Suanya Palace didn't know what to do and actually ran away. Moreover, the whole world was looking for her, but no trace of her was found. That woman was originally in the 10,000 Dharma realm and did have the ability to travel to other worlds, but Suanya Palace sealed her strength. At most, she could only use the strength of the creation realm. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to escape from her own world. But she has never been found, which only means that she has most likely left that world. The man in black robe replied, "Back to your majesty, we did hear some news about Yun Xianxian, but it's just not confirmed yet." Liu Yanghua asked directly, "Just tell me where she is." The man in black robe replied, "According to the joint deduction of Tianji Pavilion and the Palace Master of Suanya Palace, Yung Xiangxian probably went to Tianchen World, but it is not certain whether she is still in that world now." Tianchen World. Hearing the answer from the man in black robe, Liu Yanghua waved his hand again, and the scroll in front of him glowed golden again, and then the name of the trial world where Lu Chen was located was displayed. Liu Yanghua said, "That Yungxian immortal went to the trial world where Lu Chen is." The man in black robe said, "Yes." Liu Yanghua pondered for a moment, his expression a little ugly. That was the body of a fairy. If Lu Chen, a waste addicted to women, got it, wouldn't it be a waste of natural resources? However, Tianchen World is Lu Chen's trial world. If he sends someone there, if it affects Lu Chen's trial, he wonders if his father will cause trouble for him. Liu Yanghua then thought about it. His father had already given up on Lu Chen. Even if he sent someone over, his father probably wouldn't say anything more. The royal family is ruthless, and Emperor Shenwu is even more emotionless. He is just a waste. It is impossible for Emperor Shenwu to take him seriously. After thinking for a while, Liu Yanghua said, "Immediately ask Suanya Palace to send someone to Tianchen World to confirm whether Yungxiangxian is still in Tianchen World." The man in black robe said, "Suanya Palace sent people to search for Tianchen World 100 years ago, but the spatial coordinates of Tianchen World were blocked by something. They have not found the location of Tianchen World yet." Liu Yanghua said, "You should be able to determine the location of Tianchen World, right?" The man in black robe said, "My subordinates are incompetent. Except for Queen Shenwu and Emperor Shenwu, no one knows the location of each prince's trial world. The information my subordinates found was also obtained from the heavenly guards who have access to the Tianyan stone." Hearing the answer from the man in black robe, Liu Yanghua's face turned gloomy. He was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. After pondering for a while, Liu Yanghua said, "Find a way to get in touch with Queen Shenwu. She can use the Tianyan stone. She must know the specific coordinates of Tianchen World." The man in black robe said, "I understand, but Your Majesty, if Your Majesty knows that you are close to Queen Shenwu, I'm afraid." The man in black robe did not continue speaking. He believed that Liu Yanghua knew the pros and cons of this. For the current Shenwu Emperor, the chaos spirit body was his most precious thing. If his son is close to the queen who possesses the chaos spirit body, then he will definitely doubt whether his son has thoughts about the chaos spirit body, and even use the chaos spirit body to enhance his strength, and then remove him from the supreme throne. Pull it down. Emperor Shenwu was so suspicious that after Liu Yanghua completed the trial and returned to the Qianyuan world, he did not dare to go to the imperial capital and only dared to stay in his own fiefdom. Liu Yanghua said, "It doesn't matter, I will not contact Queen Shenwu personally. As long as I find out the spatial coordinates of Tianchen World, I will immediately cut off all contact with Queen Shenwu." Although Lu Yanghua also coveted the chaos spirit body in his heart, he was not stupid enough to compete with Emperor Shenyu for food. End of chapter. Chapter 642 Yongxiangxian's worries. The news that the Great Xia Dynasty wanted to negotiate peace with those forces in the Mist World quickly spread throughout the Tianchen world. The people of Daxia were actually very dissatisfied with the peace talks. Invaders from the Mist World came to dominate their world and killed so many people in Daxia. As a result, Daxia could only negotiate peace in the end. However, the peace talks have a relatively high voice among the people. In the eyes of most people, although Lu Chen has completed the unification of the entire world and can be regarded as a somewhat powerful emperor, the enemies in the foggy world are even more powerful. In the face of a more powerful enemy, Lu Chen, the emperor, was already beyond his capabilities. The current Daxia did not have the ability to compete with the forces that were almost all immortals. After all, Daxia was just a secular dynasty. As more and more monks from the Mist World enter the Tianchen world, more and more people in Daxia interact with monks from the Mist World. Now the people's understanding of the Mist World has also risen to a higher level. They know that there are all kinds of things in the Mist World. It's a monk. The vast majority of the people believe that the people in the Mist World are immortals, so Daxia has no chance of winning in the face of those immortal forces, and peace talks are Daxia's only option. Peace talks? In Black Dragon City, on the attic of Beiwa building, a woman wearing white clothes looked at the newspaper in her hand and couldn't help laughing. After Yun Xianxian came to Black Dragon City, she heard a lot of news about Daxia's peace talks with the forces in the Mist World. She thought these were all rumors at first, but she didn't expect that there were clear reports in newspapers now. This shows that the Daxia court has indeed made it clear that it wants peace talks. But peace talks are a matter for the Great Xia court. What does it have to do with Lu Chen? Yun Xianxian does not think that Lu Chen will have peace talks with those forces in the Misty World. The news that Lu Chen released about peace talks was probably to stabilize the forces in the Foggy World first, or to confuse those forces in the Foggy World. Lu Chen must have prepared some backup plan. Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian put the newspaper on the table, and then looked towards the location of the Misty World. The restrictions in the Mist World were already on the verge of collapse. After the restrictions in the Mist World disappeared, she immediately went to the Mist World to find a way to leave Tianchen World. Although she also knew that there was probably a very powerful family force behind Lu Chen and that she could leave this world relying on Lu Chen, but since she became Lu Chen's woman, deep down in her heart she had no idea of using Lu Chen at all. She didn't know what she was thinking. She just instinctively didn't want to cause trouble to this traitor. Thinking of the days she spent with Lu Chen, Yun Xianxian felt very reluctant to leave, but she had no choice but to leave. Her enemies are too powerful. Even if Lu Chen has a cultivating family behind him, he may not be her enemy. Since coming to Black Dragon City during this period, under the nourishment of strong spiritual power, some of the memories she lost due to falling into this world have gradually recovered. Although she had always known her identity, she had forgotten some of the specific details. The Tianchen world seemed to be a world with incomplete laws, but this world was able to seal her memory, which also made Yun Xianxian realize that something was wrong with this world. So now she wants to leave this world even more. Just when Yun Xianxian was looking in the direction of the Mist World in a daze, a spiritual power suddenly spread out of the Mist World, and the space in the Mist World also became distorted. The turmoil in the Misty World also affected Black Dragon City. The entire Black Dragon City trembled. Fortunately, the amplitude was not very large and did not cause too many casualties. Yongxian Liu frowned slightly. She immediately stood up and found out about the restrictions in the Mist World. The restrictions in the Mist World were not loosened much, but Yun Xiangxian's expression became a little more serious. Because she sensed the aura of her fellow disciples, which meant that one of her fellow disciples came to the Misty World. Yun Xianxian was a little anxious in her heart. She didn't expect that she had come to this world, and her classmates also found her. This is troublesome. She is now trapped in the Tianchen world, and her own strength cannot allow her to leave. And there are her fellow disciples in the mist world. Once the restrictions in the mist world disappear, her fellow disciples will definitely enter the Tianchen world to look for her. Yun Xianxian was uneasy, with a worried look on her brows. She didn't want to be caught back and become that man's cauldron. She would rather make a cauldron for Lu Chen, a rebellious disciple. Black Dragon City, a certain restaurant. Representatives of the three major forces gathered in the restaurant today because of the peace talks proposed by the Great Xia Dynasty. Bailey Chen glanced at the newspaper in his hand and threw it directly on the table. Peace talks? Ridiculous. What qualifications does a secular dynasty have to negotiate with our immortal cultivation sect? The disciples of the mystic immortal sect have always been used to being domineering. In their view, the Great Xia Dynasty should bow to its subjects honestly. Now the Great Xia Dynasty not only has no movement, but also killed the disciples of the mystic immortal sect and the Linghu sect. Now it dares to propose peace talks with the major forces in the foggy world? Are you kidding me? My immortal sect needs to negotiate peace with a secular dynasty? The disciples of their sect have all been killed. Now the only way for the Great Xia Dynasty to apologize is for the emperor to commit suicide and then change the dynasty. Otherwise, they will wait to face the wrath of the mystic immortal sect. After hearing what Bailey Chen said, Gu Qichen, the representative of the Linghu sect, said, "When Emperor Xia said he wanted peace talks, I'm afraid he didn't really want peace talks. He most likely knew how to kill the disciples of our two major forces. Our two major forces we won't give up, so we propose peace talks to all the forces in the mist world. It's called peace talks, but it's actually to allow other forces in the mist world to restrict our Linghu sect and mystical immortal sect from taking action against the Great Xia Dynasty. The peace talks proposed by the Great Xia Dynasty were not peace talks with a certain force in the foggy world, but with all the forces in the foggy world. Emperor Xia's intention is very obvious. He can give up the land. As for how to divide it, it depends on the forces like you in the mist world. Taking the initiative to give up the land is not because he has given up, but because he is instigating the entire foggy world. Once Great Xia gives up control of Tianchen world, how will Tianchen world be divided? At that time, the major forces will inevitably fight for land, and the Great Xia Dynasty will be able to sit back and watch the fight. When the major forces are almost exhausted, they may jump out again. Of course, this is just the opinion of Bai Liken and Gu Qichen. Lu Chen's real idea is not to sit on the mountain and watch tigers fight, he is just to train troops. At this time, Bai Guanjiao glanced at Gu Qichen and Bailey Chen, and then said, "You two are so disgusted with the peace talks. In your opinion, should our three major forces participate in this peace talks?" Hearing Bai Guanjiao's question, the two did not answer immediately, and they were silent for a while. After a while, Bailey Chen said, "Of course we still have to participate. If we don't participate, the Great Xia Dynasty will sow discord and it will be detrimental to us. Although the three major forces have already formed an alliance and are also planning to take action against other forces, their idea is to take their time and deal with each force one by one. They do not want to eliminate all the disciples of other forces except the three major forces at once. Drop, they don't have this ability yet. If all the forces in the mist world except the three major forces unite, there is really a chance that these three major forces will not be opponents." In their view, the purpose of the Great Xia Dynasty's talk of peace talks was to cause the forces in the mist world to fight among themselves. If the three major forces do not participate, and Emperor Xia sows discord with other forces during peace talks and says something that causes those forces to form an alliance, then the disciples of the three major forces will be in trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 643, Your Majesty is not in good health, so don't force yourself. After some discussion, the representatives of the three major forces finally decided to participate in the peace talks hosted by the Great Xia Dynasty. Gu Qichen and Bailey Chen wanted to see what medicine was sold in Emperor Xia's gourd. In an environment where calls for peace talks are rising, Daxia's military headquarters has become very busy. After the new army was formed, Daxia's army began to select, and only the best soldiers could join the Dragon War army. In order to join the new army, the soldiers began to practice and train like crazy. Even the soldiers who currently do not have the qualifications to join the War Dragon army are trained as if they have been given blood. They knew very well that although the first batch of War Dragon army only needed a few thousand people, the War Dragon army would definitely expand in the future. According to Lu Chen's habit, the first few thousand people recruited must be just the beginning. Although the general environment emphasizes peace talks, the soldiers in the army don't care about this. Their intuition tells them that war will break out soon. In order to be able to enter the front line and fight against the enemies in the mist world, their strength must become stronger. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to fight immortal cultivators, so their strength must be cultivated to at least the 9th level. 9th grade is the most basic requirement for joining the War Dragon army. From this point, we can see what the War Dragon army will do in the future. Since the military department was directly led by Lu Chen, the civil servants basically did not feel the changes in the army, and only a few important ministers knew about it. Xia Dynasty. Yanchensh, Imperial Palace. Lu Chen looked through the memorials handed over by the generals regarding the reform of the new army. While reading, he said to himself, professional matters should be left to professionals. Although Lu Chen wanted to create a new army, he had no military talent, so even if he created a new army, he didn't know how to train it. However, he had many generals under his command, and they knew how to train them, so Lu Chen brainstormed and asked them all to write memorials. Then he sorted out the memorials of these generals and formed the training methods for the new army. Just when Lu Chen was lost in thought, the maid's voice came from the door, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you." Lu Chen said calmly, "Come in." Qin Yushan then entered the imperial study and saluted Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's attention was still on the memorial in his hand. Lu Chen asked absently, "Qin Iking, what's the matter?" Qin Yushan took out a piece of information and handed it to Lu Chen's desk, and then reported, "The disciples of Linghu sect and Mystic Immortal sect plan to participate in the peace talks." Lu Chen disagreed. These two forces would definitely participate in the peace talks, so this was not important information to him. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" Qin Yushan continued, "Recently we have discovered that Huang Shilang and Lei Wenda are relatively close, and Huang Shilang is responsible for contacting the strength of the Linghu sect. Although our spies rarely find them discussing matters in this regard, every conversation is in the study, and there is always a brazier in Huang Shilang's study." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen stopped reading the memorial, looked up at Qin Yushan, and said with a smile, "Is Mr. Huang so afraid of the cold that he is warming himself by the fire in the study on a hot day?" Qin Yushan naturally understood that Lu Chen was joking, so he answered, "Maybe he has done something bad recently, and he feels a little weak in his heart, which makes his body weak." Speaking of this, Qin Yushan continued to ask, "Your Majesty, do you want to increase the surveillance of Huang Shilang?" Lu Chen said, "No, I'm writing a letter to Bai Guanjiu here. You can ask the Jinyi Guard's soldiers to deliver it to Bai Guanjiu later." Qin Yushan immediately raised his hands and saluted and said, "Yes, I understand." Lu Chen already knew that Lei Wenda and Huang Minghui were colluding, but he didn't care about it. Anyway, after the peace talks are over, except for the 10,000 Immortals sect, the disciples sent by all the forces in the mist world will be destroyed. At that time, the new disciples sent by Linghu sect will also be destroyed. At this time, Lu Chen took out a letter and threw it to Qin Yushan, who quickly caught it. Lu Chen lowered his head to look at the memorial again. While reading, he said, "If there is nothing else, just go and do your work." Qin Yushan saluted again, "Yes, I'm resigning." Then Qin Yushan turned around and left the imperial study. At dusk, the blood-red sunset hung in the sky, dyeing the sunset in the sky red. Under the sunlight, the skin of the people in the palace turned a muddy yellow. At this time, Lu Chen stood up from the chair and stretched. Then he said to the maid at the door, "I will go to concubine Mu tonight without any notification." Every time Lu Chen goes to Mu Yongzi's place, he doesn't let the maid inform him. He likes to suddenly appear in Mu Yongzi's room and give her a big surprise. After this period of whetting his appetite, Mu Yongzi could no longer live without him. Every time he went to Mu Yongzi's bedroom, Mu Yongzi would pounce on him before he took the initiative. She now wished she could eat up Lu Chen and wipe him clean. Unfortunately, after she came into contact with Lu Chen's body, her whole body began to become weak and weak. It was not easy to forcefully become Lu Chen's woman. At this time, Lu Chen came to the door, glanced at the sunset on the horizon, and then murmured, "It's time." After hanging on to Mu Yongzi for so long, it's time to give her a little sweet taste. At the same time, Mu Yunxi's bedroom. At this moment, Mu Yongzi was sitting in front of a table, gently sipping tea, looking like a lady. Recently, she has been thinking of ways to calm herself down and not think about that bastard. She found that drinking tea was a good way to do it. In recent days, she had indeed become quieter and less agitated than before. At least she wasn't as restless as when she was practicing. Every time she closed her eyes, her head would be filled with Lu Chen's figure, which made it impossible for her to practice. After Mu Yongzi took a sip of tea, she snorted coldly and said, "It's ridiculous to want to completely turn me into his slave girl." Mu Yongzi knew Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen had been hanging on to her all this time, just because he wanted to completely bring out her inner desires, and then make her unable to extricate herself and become that guy's plaything forever. After seeing the guy's intention, she had been trying to find a way to calm herself down. Now she was calm, although Lu Chen would make her uncomfortable for a while every time he came. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind her, "Why has my concubine become so lazy recently? She doesn't even practice cultivation. Every time I came to see you before, I saw you practicing in bed. Why have you started drinking tea these days?" Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Mu Yongzi didn't even look back and continued to sip the tea. After a while, Mu Yongzi said calmly, "Isn't this His Majesty who has so many things to do? Why do you have time to come to this palace today?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I miss you, my concubine, so I came here." Mu Yongzi chuckled lightly, "Miss me? What do you want me to do?" Lu Chen then came and sat down behind Mu Yongzi, hugged her waist. "What's wrong? My beloved concubine doesn't seem to welcome me." Mu Yongzi said, "Welcome, why not? I am just a concubine who is not favored by His Majesty. How dare you not welcome your Majesty? What if I don't welcome your Majesty and your Majesty will not come to this palace in the future?" Hearing Mu Yongzi's sinister tone, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. It seemed that Mu Yongzi had accumulated a lot of anger in his heart. Also, she has been back for so long, but he has never touched her. She may have resented him in her heart. At this time, Lu Chen gently stroked Mu Yongzi's jade back, and then asked, "Has my beloved concubine practiced Suan Kung Fu recently?" Mu Yongzi replied coldly, "No, what do I do by practicing that kind of Kung Fu? It's useless for me to practice Suan Kung Fu for a woman that no one wants." Mu Yongzi lives in Lu Chen's harem, so she naturally knows what Suan Gong does. At this time, Lu Chen's paw slowly moved to Mu Yongzi's belly, and then he said in her ear, "What are you talking about? You are my woman, how come no one wants you?" Mu Yongzi laughed and said, "You still know that I am your woman. There are men who let their women stay alone in their empty boudoir." Now Mu Yongzi is full of resentment towards Lu Chen, but she already feels that it doesn't matter. Even without this man, she can live a good life. She has lived for so many years, and the days before without a man are different. Who said she must be treated like this by this man? Thinking of this, Mu Yongzi took a deep breath and tried to calm down her restless body. However, the more she tried to calm down, the more difficult she found to calm down the restlessness in her body. Coupled with Lu Chen's paws touching her body, she soon became emotional. At this time, there was some blush on her white jade-like skin, and her eyes became a little blurry. Mu Yongzi bit her silver teeth lightly. No, she couldn't be led away anymore. She had to calm down. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly stood up, and then a princess hugged her up. Mu Yongzi was afraid of falling, so she couldn't help but put her jade arms around Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen walked directly towards the soft couch in the main hall. Mu Yongzi sneered and said, "Your Majesty is not in good health, so don't force yourself." Every time this bastard came, he would tease her and then run away. In Mu Yongzi's opinion, Lu Chen would most likely be like this today, so she simply stopped being polite and mocked Lu Chen. If Lu Chen had no health problems, why would he run away every time at a critical moment? Hearing Mu Yongzi's ridicule, Lu Chen was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "My beloved, are you provoking me? The method of stimulating generals is of no use to me." End of chapter. Chapter 644. What happened? Beloved concubine? You look a little unhappy. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yongzi said coldly, "To provoke the general? Do you think I want you to do that kind of thing to me? Ridiculous. I just think your health is not good. I have never heard of that man being able to stop in that situation." Lu Chen smiled slightly, then looked into her enchanting eyes and said, "My beloved concubine, you can continue to challenge me and see if your goal can be achieved today." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Yongzi stopped talking. She also felt that by saying this, she was provoking Lu Chen to do violence to her. In fact, she didn't have this intention, she just wanted to mock Lu Chen. Why did this guy just tease her every time he came here and make her feel so uncomfortable? Seeing that Mu Yongzi stopped talking, Lu Chen continued, "What's wrong? Why doesn't my concubine say anything? If my concubine continues to talk, maybe I will really be angered by your words, my concubine, and I will have sex with you. A matter of men and women." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yongzi became angry and said directly, "Do you want to do it or not? If you want me to be humbled, please do it. I think you are dreaming." Seeing the beauty's shameful and angry look, the fire in Lu Chen's heart instantly ignited. It must be said that Mu Yongzi's angry look made people want to break her. At this time, Lu Chen placed Mu Yongzi on the soft couch, then leaned down and gently pressed her soft body. Mu Yongzi turned her head to the side. She still didn't think Lu Chen would touch her tonight. This bastard had been to her place many times, but he never did that kind of thing every time. She no longer had any hope. She was afraid that she would have something to look forward to later, and then this bastard would run away at the critical moment, which would make her feel particularly uncomfortable. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. It's better to calm down and not have any thoughts about that kind of thing. Even if Lu Chen runs away, she can quickly calm down her inner restlessness. Just when Mu Yongzi was thinking this, Lu Chen's big hand reached into her skirt. Mu Yongzi's delicate body suddenly trembled slightly, but she still turned her head to the side, not looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked at this time, "I'm a little curious, how did you come to this world? Can you tell me?" Mu Yongzi said coldly, "Why do you ask this? Since you are my woman, I should naturally know more about you." Mu Yongzi did not choke Lu Chen this time, but answered truthfully, "I met a red sedan in the world of immortality, thinking it was some kind of treasure, but was led into the turbulence of space by it, and came to this world." Hearing Mu Yongzi's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sometimes being too greedy is not a good thing. Mu Yongzi snorted coldly and said nothing. If she had known that chasing the red sedan chair would lead to such an outcome, she would definitely not have chased it in the first place. Moreover, the location of the red sedan was not a dangerous place. Now she even felt that she had fallen into someone's trap and been transported to this world. Just when Mu Yongzi was about to say something more, she heard a tearing sound, and then she felt a breeze blowing, which made her feel chilly. But she still didn't pay attention. Lu Chen pulled her clothes a lot, and she didn't see this bastard actually fighting with real swords and guns. Lu Chen continued to ask, "My dear concubine, have you ever heard of the Qianyuan world?" Hearing this question, Mu Yongzi was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Lu Chen would ask this question out of the blue. After coming back to her senses, Mu Yongzi replied, "The Qianyuan world where the Xia Dynasty is located, I'm afraid there is no such advanced cultivator. The monks in this world don't know. The Xia Dynasty has annexed countless high-level cultivation worlds. As long as the monks in the cultivation world mention Emperor Shenyu, their faces will turn pale. The emperor cannot be insulted. Even if someone talks about the Shenyu emperor, they dare not say anything disrespectful to him. Otherwise, the person may explode and die as soon as the words are spoken." Seeing that Mu Yongzi knew, Lu Chen continued, "Actually, my true identity is the son of Emperor Shenyu." As soon as Lu Chen said these words, Mu Yongzi was stunned. She turned her head and stared directly at Lu Chen's eyes, trying to see that Lu Chen was joking with her. But Lu Chen was smiling and didn't look like he was joking at all, and Mu Yongzi also believed that no one in this world would dare to pretend to be the son of Emperor Shenyu. In other words, is it really possible that Lu Chen is his child? Lu Chen is the prince of the Xia dynasty? Still the son of the great emperor. Mu Yongzi's delicate body couldn't help but tremble when she thought of Lu Chen's identity. She was actually showing off in front of a son of the great emperor. Mu Yongzi's delicate face turned pale, and a few beads of cold sweat broke out from her forehead. Mu Yongzi held on to her last hope and said firmly, "Are you kidding me?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Do you think it is necessary for me to tease you? What benefits can I get from teasing you like this? You are already my woman anyway. I can possess you at any time. I need to use this identity to cheat you. The reason why I tell you is to see if your status in the world of cultivation is higher than that of the emperor's son." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yongzi was speechless. "Are you kidding? Who is she? How could her status be as high as that of the son of the great emperor, and she is also the son of the great emperor Shenyu?" When Lu Chen's identity was revealed, the masters of the high-level immortal world had to salute when they saw Lu Chen, let alone that she was just a goddess of medium power. Lu Chen continued, "And I think no one should dare to pretend to be the son of Emperor Shenyu." Mu Yongzi fell silent. Indeed, no one dares to pretend to be the son of Emperor Shenyu, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Mu Yongzi didn't know how to face Lu Chen. At first, she thought Lu Chen was a young master from a cultivating family, but she didn't expect that he had such a big background. If Lu Chen falls in love with her, won't she always have to be Lu Chen's slave girl from now on? Lu Chen's status is so noble, and her status is only suitable for Lu Chen to be a slave girl. Mu Yongzi seemed to be exhausted now, not daring to say a word, just lying there obediently, waiting for Lu Chen to be favored. Seeing that Mu Yongzi was so frightened, Lu Chen raised his hand, gently stroked her jade cheek, and said with a smile, "What's the matter, dear concubine? Your face is a little ugly, I still like it better just now, you look so unruly." Mu Yongzi still didn't speak. Lu Chen continued, "Although I am the son of Emperor Shenyu, I am not actually favored by Emperor Shenyu. There is no need for you to be so afraid of me." Mu Yongzi felt helpless. That was the bloodline of Emperor Shenyu. Who was Emperor Shenyu? He existed across the starry sky. Even if Lu Chen was no longer welcome, she would not dare to be presumptuous in front of Lu Chen. Seeing that Mu Yongzi still didn't speak, Lu Chen stopped scaring her. He leaned forward and kissed Mu Yongzi's red lips. Mu Yongzi didn't dare to move at all, and only dared to let Lu Chen do whatever he wanted. Mu Yongzi's behavior is definitely meaningless to Lu Chen, but Lu Chen believes that she will soon be able to return to her previous appearance. Under his superb kissing skills, Mu Yongzi soon became emotional, and gradually forgot about Lu Chen's identity, and only knew how to cooperate with Lu Chen. She had been intrigued by Lu Chen for so long, and the identity Lu Chen just revealed shocked her, and now she has been completely surrendered by Lu Chen. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yongzi suddenly let out a "oh" sound, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but squeeze out 2 drops of clear tears. Finally, becoming this bastard woman. Although Mu Yongzi didn't dare to act rashly after knowing Lu Chen's identity, it didn't mean that she didn't dare to scold Lu Chen in her heart. Even though Lu Chen was the son of Emperor Shen Yu, she felt resentful towards him and cursed him in her heart. Soon, Mu Yongzi forgot about herself and indulged in Lu Chen's various methods. Perhaps because Lu Chen told him his identity before, all kinds of emotions in her body were aroused, fear and fear. The combination of excitement and excitement made her and Lu Chen's experience full. At the same time, the world of mist, the immortal sect. A woman stood on the top of a mountain, looking into the distance. She was dressed in a gorgeous cloud dress, with a light gauze skirt fluttering gently in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. The color of her clothes was like the morning glow on the mountain top, gorgeous and gentle, making her figure even more elegant and moving. Her face is breathtakingly beautiful, her eyebrows are like crescent moons, her eyes are like autumn waves, those bright eyes seem to hide the entire sea of stars, her nose is high, her lips are red and her teeth are white. She stood on the top of the mountain, her posture as tall as a pine tree, her temperament noble and mysterious. She seemed to be overlooking the whole world. The confidence and calmness in her eyes made people fall in love with her. The wind blows her long hair, and the soft hair is like the clouds on the mountain top, elegant and agile. Her figure against the background of the mountain top is like a beautiful picture, which makes people forget to leave. At this time, several female disciples appeared behind the woman and said in unison, "Greetings to Elder Su." Su Hanyan nodded slightly, and then said, "I'm here to find you this time because I have a secret mission for you." After hearing this, several female disciples looked at me and I looked at you. They were all curious about what the secret mission Su Hanyan was talking about. They were only disciples in the Hedao stage and were not very strong. Since it was a secret mission, it must be a very important mission, so they did not understand why Su Hanyan would give them an important mission. Just when the girls were confused, Su Hanyan continued, "You have all been my disciples for many years, so I trust you." Hearing Su Hanyan's words, the girls instantly understood something, and immediately bowed their hands and said again, "We will follow Elder Su to the death." Since it is a secret mission, and Su Hanyan said such an obvious position, it must not be known to other people in the mystical immortal sect. Naturally, they have to make it clear that their position is on Su Hanyan's side. That's fine. End of chapter. Chapter 645. My beloved concubine, how about it? Seeing that the female disciples behind him were so sensible, Su Hanyan said with confidence, "My mission is very simple. You follow this group of disciples who entered Tianchen World to Tianchen World. After entering Tianchen World, you will find my 2 direct disciples and let them hide their names anonymously. And give these 2 letters from me to both of them." Having said this, Su Hanyan took out 2 written letters from his long sleeves. Hearing Su Hanyan's words, several female disciples were stunned for a moment. They originally thought it was a particularly important task. After all, Su Hanyan looked so cautious, but in the end, what kind of important task is this? Let Su Hanyan's 2 disciples hide? Why hide? They didn't understand. However, they did not ask any more questions. Su Hanyan continued, "When the matter is completed, I will accept you as my direct disciples." Hearing this, several female disciples instantly became excited. As Su Hanyan's direct disciple, that is not something that anyone can do if they want to. Su Hanyan was the only yin-yang expert in the mystic immortal sect, and she was also a woman. Many female disciples wanted to worship her as their teacher, but it was a pity that she only accepted 2 natives from the mist world as her direct disciples. After several female disciples came to their senses, they said in unison excitedly, "Thank you, Elder Su. We will definitely bring the letter to the 2 senior sisters." Su Hanyan continued, "Remember my words, after entering Tianchen world, keep a low profile and don't conflict with any forces. You just need to find your 2 senior sisters." The girls said in unison again, "Yes, Elder Su." Su Hanyan said, "Okay, get ready and follow those disciples to Tianchen world." Then a female disciple took the letter from Su Hanyan's hand and said, "Disciple, please resign." As soon as they finished speaking, they turned and left the top of the mountain. After the female disciples left the top of the mountain, Su Hanyan stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the fog in the distance, and said to herself, "I hope all this will be too late." In fact, Su Hanyan wanted to send someone to remind her 2 direct disciples from the beginning, but the first 2 batches of disciples were arranged by Han Yuankai himself, and she was afraid that forcing people in would attract Han Yuankai's attention. She never thought that Han Yuankai would give up from the beginning. Since Han Yuankai told her that, he definitely wanted her 2 direct disciples to make the furnace. And she also felt that Han Yuankai must have sent disciples to capture her 2 direct disciples. Although her disciples were very strong, they were natives of the lower world and had limited talents. In addition, the Tianchen world is an incomplete world, and it is very difficult to become a heavenly being. It is estimated that neither of them has made the breakthrough to become a heavenly being yet. Without becoming heavenly beings, and with the limited spiritual energy in the Tianchen world, they could not exert their full strength and could not be the opponents of the disciples sent by Han Yuankai. Thinking of this, Su Hanyan felt even more worried. She even doubted whether the 2 of them had been caught. If she is caught, Han Yuankai will definitely hide the 2 of them. When the restrictions in the mist world disappear and she enters Tianchen continent, it may be difficult to see her 2 direct disciples again. Su Hanyan sighed slightly. She was really disappointed with her senior brother. Although she also knew that in the world of cultivation, the jungle was strong and the jungle was strong, but her senior brother was not such a person in the past and still had some humanity. Now Han Yuankai does whatever he wants for his own purposes, and he does whatever he wants. He has completely lost the image of an upright monk in the past. Su Hanyan even doubted whether Han Yuankai was such a person in his heart. If Han Yuankai can still understand this to outsiders, in the end, even his own people are not spared. Wu Yunwan and Li Qingguo are her direct disciples after all, and Han Yuankai still thinks about them. Because of this incident, Su Hanyan even had the idea of leaving the mystic immortal sect. The mystic immortal sect has become unknown to her. She feels that if she continues to stay in the mystic immortal sect, sooner or later her Taoist heart will be broken. After Lu Chen told Mu Yongzi his identity, Mu Yongzi behaved very well behaved and sweet. No matter how cruel Lu Chen was, she could handle it and gave Lu Chen some good feedback. At the same time, Mu Yongzi was still deliberately using the Suan Kung Fu, just to give Lu Chen a more perfect experience. Even though Lu Chen was the son of the emperor, she would not dare to offend a son of the emperor. But Mu Yongzi is a woman after all, and it was difficult for her to maintain her sense of self in the face of Lu Chen's various methods. After a while, she could only yell randomly. At the same time, King Kaihu Palace. King Kaihu was meditating in the pavilion. At this time, a maid entered the courtyard happily, ran to King Kaihu and said, "Master, good news, your majesty went to concubine Mu and spent the night." Hearing this, King Kaihu said disapprovingly, it's not his first time there. Every time he goes there, I don't see him tossing that woman. Lu Qingkai really wanted to see Mu Yongzi crying, so she specifically reminded the maid and made to tell her immediately if she heard where Lu Chen went to Mu Yongzi. A few times before, after the maid told her that Lu Chen had gone to Mu Yongzi's palace, she immediately released her spiritual power to explore what happened in Mu Yongzi's palace. As a result, Lu Chen could only kiss and touch her. He didn't do that kind of thing to Mu Yongzi, which made Lu Qingkai very disappointed. Originally, she thought she could see the woman being tortured to the point of losing her mind and her eyes dull, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen would never touch her. At this time, Lu Qingkai thought that when Lu Chen went to Mu Yongzi's place today, he most likely went to tease Mu Yongzi. Just when Lu Qingkai was thinking this, the maid quickly said, "Master, there is a cry this time." Hearing this, Lu Qingkai said "Hey," and immediately released his spiritual power to find out what happened in Mu Yongzi's palace. Mu Yongzi's palace was right next door to hers, so it was very easy for her to find out what was going on inside. Soon she noticed Lu Chen's movements in Mu Yongzi's room, and when she sensed what the two were doing, Lu Qingkai sneered, "She is indeed a bitch." Although she cried and cried when being tortured, she was not as exaggerated as Mu Yongzi. Lu Qingkai then stood up and flew directly to the roof of the bedroom next door, listening carefully to the voices coming from the room. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Husband, I realize my mistake. Good brother, my good wife, your body is so soft, like fluffy cotton." After hearing Mu Yongzi's words and feeling Mu Yongzi's condition, Lu Qingkai felt much more comfortable. After all, the two of them were allies before. Of course, allies have to share hardships together. How could she suffer alone? Lu Qingkai no longer thought about it. With Lu Chen's temper and ability, Mu Yongzi would lose at least half of his life. Then she kicked lightly and flew back to her dormitory. Then she withdrew her spiritual power and stopped peeking at what was happening next to her. You should watch less of this kind of thing. If you watch too much, your body will become restless and you will be in trouble. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen's big hands wandered over Mu Yongzi's snow-white skin. While caressing Mu Yongzi's body, he said, "My beloved, how are you?" Mu Yongzi breathed out like a blue, his starry eyes were dim, and he did not answer Lu Chen's question. Now she only felt that she might really become Lu Chen's slave girl, and she could not do without this bastard. In addition, this bastard was the son of the emperor, so she might not be able to do anything but serve as a furnace for this bastard in her entire life. When he thought of this, Mu Yongzi felt that he was really unlucky. Even if he fell into this world, he actually fell into the hands of the son of the emperor. If she were an ordinary woman, she might be glad that she became the son of the emperor, but she was different. She knew very well what would happen to the woman who was the son of the emperor in the end. First of all, there is no shortage of women for others, so he most likely just does it for fun. If he gets tired of playing with her and has some conscience, he will just abandon her and let her go. If he has no conscience, he will give her away like an object. Moreover, for the son of an emperor like Lu Chen, the battle for the air is usually very cruel. In the end, only one prince can survive to inherit the position of Shenwu emperor. Then the remaining princes and the women around the prince will probably be killed. Net. Mu Yongzi still wants to become emperor, but doesn't want to die too soon. End of chapter. Chapter 646. Madam, will you run away from now on? Seeing that Mu Yongzi didn't speak, Lu Chen moved his body slightly, and the next moment Mu Yongzi made a squeaking sound. Mu Yongzi's beautiful eyes then stared at Lu Chen's smirking face. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Madam, are you going to run away from now on?" Mu Yongzi took a deep breath and said softly, "I won't run away." Why should she run away? Even without Lu Chen's control, as the son of Emperor Lu Chen, it would be easy to find her. If she really ran away, she might bring trouble to her own force. When Lu Chen was angry, he might send someone to destroy her force. And she also felt it. Her body seemed to be completely inseparable from Lu Chen. She now also felt that she was a bitch and a promiscuous woman. But she no longer cares about these, just be a bitch. Anyway, she is not suffering from following this man now, and with the help of Suan Kung Fu and Dragon Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu, her cultivation level has been improved to a certain extent. The risks of following Lu Chen, the Emperor's son, are indeed quite high, but the rewards are also great. And she could feel that Lu Chen was very good to his women, and he didn't have the feeling of being superior to others at all. Although he was fierce sometimes, that was also when he was in bed. When Lu Chen talked to his wives and concubines, he would not use a condescending tone. Instead, he would refer to himself as I. This made her wonder whether Lu Chen was really the son of the emperor, which was completely different from the son of the emperor in her impression. She thinks that the sons of the emperor regard life as nothing, kill people without batting an eyelid, and treat all weaklings with indifference. It is impossible for them to be so kind to their women like Lu Chen. Mu Yongzi asked coquettishly at this time, "Your Majesty, will you abandon my concubine in the future?" Seeing Mu Yongzi's watery eyes and charming face, Lu Chen raised his hand, scratched Mu Yongzi's beautiful nose, and said with a smile, "I have entered the role so quickly, it seems that the son of the emperor this identity is really useful. But I said, I prefer you who are unruly and rebellious. If you are so obedient to me, wouldn't it be meaningless at all?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yongzi was stunned. She really doubted whether Lu Chen had any serious illness. It was obviously this guy who told her his identity on his own initiative, but now he said such things. No wonder Lu Chen said that he was not welcomed by Emperor Shen Yu. How could Emperor Shen Yu treat a prince with a mental problem? Although she thought so in her heart, Mu Yongzi still said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I can do whatever you want me to do with you, as long as your Majesty is happy." Lu Chen raised Mu Yongzi's delicate chin, looked at her flushed face, and said with a smile, "Then you continue to call me and remain the same as you were before." Mu Yongzi thought to himself that this guy was really sick. Mu Yongzi then said, "Your Majesty is joking. I didn't know your Majesty's identity before, so I neglected him. Now that I know your Majesty's identity, how dare I treat your Majesty like this?" Lu Chen said in a threatening tone, "Now that you know my identity, you should also understand that what people of my status hate most are disobedient people. If you disobey me, what do you think will happen to you?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yongzi was slightly stunned. The next moment, the fire in Mu Yongzi's heart was instantly ignited. Why is this guy so difficult to take care of? So what if he is the son of the great emperor? The worst case scenario is that she won't return to her own power and just wander into the stars. Thinking of this, Mu Yongzi said, "Since you are the son of the emperor, I have already given you enough face. What do you want?" Seeing Mu Yongzi's shameful and angry look, Lu Chen smiled and said, "This is the right thing to do." Mu Yongzi cursed in his heart, "I'm sick." At this time, Lu Chen continued, "You hurt me, how do you think I should punish you?" This. Mu Yongzi was a little confused. Didn't this guy ask her to speak to him in such a tone? Why was he punishing himself now? Just when Mu Yongzi was speechless, Lu Chen suddenly leaned down, blocked her seductive red lips, and then continued to use various methods on her. Soon, Mu Yongzi's begging for mercy could be heard in the room. Sound. After being punished by Lu Chen, Mu Yongzi was completely paralyzed. She felt like she had become Lu Chen's container. At this time, Lu Chen was looking at Mu Yongzi and gently stroking her messy hair. After Mu Yongzi recovered, he weakly said, "Kill me if you can. This palace, the scholar can be killed, not humiliated." Seeing Mu Yongzi's tough talk, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I understand." After the words fell, Lu Chen leaned down again and blocked Mu Yongzi's red lips. Lu Chen has the most experience in dealing with tough-talking women. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The civil servants in Daxia who were in contact with major forces also set out for Black Dragon City. Originally, they thought that Lu Chen would hold a court meeting to talk about something before departure. However, until they set off, Lu Chen did not hold a court meeting. Later, news came out from the palace that Lu Chen was still in a certain woman's bed and hadn't gotten out of bed for several days. He looked like he had fallen. This made those civil servants realize that Emperor Xia was really planning to give in, so he fell. After all, he was an emperor who had just achieved great unification. As a result, he encountered such a powerful enemy so quickly, and there were more than one. This was indeed a big blow to Emperor Xia. So he probably wanted to forget these worries by indulging in women. After learning that Emperor Xia had begun to deteriorate and become sluggish, the civil servants who went to Black Dragon City also began to have other ideas. Now that Emperor Xia has languished, it means that Daxia is really at the end of its rope. Emperor Xia no longer has a trump card to deal with the forces in the foggy world. They should also prepare to find a new master. Most civil servants are like this. Idea. At this moment, Yongzi Palace. In Mu Yongzi's room, Mu Yongzi was lying on Lu Chen's chest, his arms wrapped around Lu Chen's waist, and his hair was spread on the bed. Lu Chen gently stroked Mu Yongzi's jade back, and when he was about to say something, Mu Yongzi spoke first and said, "Your Majesty is worthy of being the son of the Emperor." Hearing Mu Yongzi's seemingly complimentary words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Are you satisfied?" Mu Yongzi immediately said, "I'm satisfied." Mu Yongzi didn't dare to say she was dissatisfied, because she was afraid that Lu Chen would go crazy again. Mu Yongzi stood up slightly, placed his arms on both sides of Lu Chengxiang's waist, looked at Lu Chen and asked, "What does your Majesty plan to do with me?" To be honest, she didn't understand Lu Chen's inner thoughts at all now. After fighting with Lu Chen for a few days, she knew that she had been completely conquered by Lu Chen. She just wanted to know how Lu Chen would treat her in the future. Lu Chen raised his hand, stroked Mu Yongzi's cheek and said, "Just stay by my side from now on, and don't even think about going back." Mu Yongzi said, "Your Majesty should know that I can no longer live without your Majesty, so whether your Majesty says this, I will only be able to stay by your Majesty's side from now on and let your Majesty play with you." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Look what you said, what does it mean to play? If I help you practice, how come it is like playing with you in your eyes?" Mu Yongzi snorted softly and said, "Your Majesty knows best whether he has played with my body or not. If it's just for practice, then just meditate, and he won't change his body position frequently. This guy has used all kinds of methods. How could it be just for pure practice? Her belly is so bulging now that she feels like she is not pregnant with this guy's child." Mu Yongzi sighed slightly at this time, "My life is really hard, and I have fallen into the hands of the son of a great emperor." Lu Chen said, "You should be glad that you did not fall into the hands of other sons of the great emperor. They may not be as compassionate as me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the maid's voice came from outside, "Your Majesty, the bachelor and others are asking for an audience. Does the military meeting need to be postponed?" End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 647 Preparing to go to Fenjian Island. After hearing the words of the maid, Lu Chen realized that there was a military meeting today, mainly to discuss the reform of the new army and the subsequent war with the major forces in the foggy world. After so many days of depravity, it was time to get down to business. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gently touched Mu Yongzi's jade face, looked into her soft eyes and said, "Madam, I have an important meeting today. I won't stay with you anymore. You should have a good rest next time." Mu Yongzi said softly, "Yes." She didn't say anything more. Since Lu Chen had something to do, she couldn't continue to provoke Lu Chen at this time. If she continued to provoke Lu Chen would definitely suppress her later and continue to torment her. At this time, Lu Chen held Mu Yongzi's waist and turned over, turning Mu Yongzi's soft and delicate body under him, then leaned down and kissed Mu Yongzi's lips gently. After a while, Lu Chen got up from Mu Yongzi and went directly to the bathtub. Mu Yongzi originally planned to get up, but as soon as he got up, his whole body fell down again. Although Lu Chen had been using the rejuvenation hand to treat Mu Yongzi's injuries while doing that kind of thing and helped Mu Yongzi recover some of her physical strength, Lu Chen brought her more than just physical feeling. Her spirit had always been in a state of extreme excitement, but now she suddenly relaxed, and her whole body became completely soft. Seeing that he had no strength at all, Mu Yongzi could only watch Lu Chen's leaving figure, and then said resentfully, "Farewell, Your Majesty." After Lu Chen entered the room where the bath was located, Mu Yongzi sighed slightly. This was the first time, even for several consecutive days. The days to come will be long, and I don't know how she can bear it in the future. She could feel that although Lu Chen looked like he was practicing, this guy's real intention was for pleasure, and this guy was a lustful person. She must have become a plaything in Lu Chen's eyes. When she thought that she would be tortured by Lu Chen like he had been in the past few days, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Seems a little sad? Have some weak expectations? Wait, expectation? How could she expect this bastard to torment her? Thinking of this, Mu Yongzi quickly shook his head to stop himself from thinking nonsense. She could have her body occupied by this bastard, but she couldn't even have her heart completely occupied by this bastard. Immediately, Mu Yongzi quickly performed exercises to expel the impurities from her body. After the toxins were expelled from her body, her stomach returned to its original appearance. Looking at her flat belly, Mu Yongzi breathed a sigh of relief. She thought something had really happened, but she didn't expect it was just some accumulated impurities. It was okay. She had always heard from the palace maid that Lu Chen had a special ability, that is, he could get his woman pregnant in one night. Looking at the look of her belly earlier, she thought she had also been tricked. After all, it had been several days, not just one day. Now it seems that I have worried too much. After all, she is also in the realm of creation, and Lu Chen has also cultivated to the realm of creation. How can it be so easy to conceive an heir? After Lu Chen took a shower, he got dressed under the service of the palace maid, and then directly used his apparition to reach the door of the royal study. At this time, Zhuge Chongguang and others were already waiting at the door of the imperial study. After seeing Lu Chen arriving, everyone saluted and said, "Greetings to your majesty, long live your majesty." Lu Chen said calmly, "No courtesy, please come in." Then Lu Chen entered the imperial study room first, and everyone quickly followed. After entering the imperial study room, everyone first discussed some training issues for the new army. Time was tight and the tasks were heavy. When Daxia was negotiating peace with the forces in the Mist World, Zhanlong army was about to start its first battle, so training for Zhanlong army was the task is very urgent. The first War Dragon army must form combat effectiveness before the strength peace talks between Daxia and the Mist World. After discussing the training issues of the Dragon War army, everyone then encountered another problem, which was how to make a rapid advance when the Dragon War army was dispatched this time. Since it is peace talks, those heavy weapons, such as rune cannons, cannot be taken out directly. Those forces in the Mist World are not fools. Since they are going to peace talks, how can they bring Daxia's heavy weapons? When the time comes, it is possible to sense that something is wrong. The civil servants who came into contact with the Mist World this time will definitely tell some information about Daxia to the forces in the Mist World. In this way, Daxia's firearms will no longer be hidden. Although rune weapons are not firearms and are more dangerous than firearms, in the eyes of those forces in the mist world, firearms are Daxia's most powerful weapons. As a result, during the peace talks, Daxia also brought Daxia's most powerful weapons. This is like come for peace talks? The most important thing is that the intruders in the mist world are all in the Hedeo stage, which is equivalent to the pseudo-celestial beings in this world. Their perception is particularly strong. Moreover, the forces involved in the peace talks will definitely send people to alert them. When the time comes, it will not be so easy for the Zhanlong army to enter the battlefield. Of course, there is another problem. Once the rune cannon is used, when the first mushroom cloud rises, those forces will definitely realize that they have been fooled. Facing the powerful rune cannon, they will inevitably flee. Although the Zhanlong army were all 9th level soldiers, the 9th level warriors still had no way to pursue the Hedeo stage monks with rune-patterned cannons. The gap in physical fitness between monks and warriors is still very obvious, especially when the monks' bodies are full of spiritual power. If the disciples of the major forces are allowed to escape, they will definitely massacre the people of Daxia to vent their anger. This will be another disaster for the people of Daxia, and the people will probably blame Daxia for this disaster. This is definitely not good for the people's support for the Xia court. After some discussion, the generals could not think of a good way to enter the battlefield. At this time, Lu Chen said to the maid at the door, "Summon Qin Yushan." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the generals in the royal study were a little confused as to what they should do to summon Qin Yushan, the commander of the Jinyi guards, at this time. Jinyi Wei is only responsible for intelligence, not fighting. Just when people were confused, Qin Yushan came to the imperial study room and said, "Greetings to Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty." Lu Chen said, "No courtesy." After Qin Yushan stood up, he took a look at the generals in the imperial study and knew that they were probably holding a military meeting. He himself was confused as to why the emperor summoned him, the commander of the imperial guard, at this time. Lu Chen asked at this time, "Qin Iking, if we start from Yancheng now and reach Fenjian Island at the fastest speed, how long will it take?" Qin Yushan immediately said, "Your Majesty, it will only take half a month for our Jinyi Wei soldiers to come back from Fenjian Island. Now trains have reached the southeast coast, and there are steamships on the sea, so the round-trip time has been greatly shortened compared to before." Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "That's it." Lu Chen then said to everyone in the imperial study, "Since we can't come up with a good solution, let's put aside these issues for the time being and train the new army first. The new army must be able to form combat effectiveness before formal peace talks. In the next month, I am going to Fenjian Island." This. Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Chen's words. At this critical moment, why did the emperor go to Fenjian Island? What to do in Toyan Island? Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then continued, "This time when I go to Fenjian Island, I will go with concubine Mu and concubine Lu without any entourage." After hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone was about to say that it was dangerous to do so, but then they thought about it and realized that no one in Tianchen world could threaten their majesty. Unlike those civil servants, these generals were very aware of Lu Chen's strength. In the end, no one spoke to persuade Lu Chen. Since the emperor is going to Fenjian Island at this time, it proves that he has something important to do. Thinking of the special metal materials they got from Fenjian Island, everyone guessed that there must be something on Fenjian Island that can solve the problem they mentioned earlier. A few questions for the stuff. Having said this, Lu Chen continued, "Okay, today's military meeting ends here. After you go back, dear friends, continue to think about the construction of the new army. If you think of some good ideas, write them down. The memorial has been sent up, and I will take my time to read it after I return from Fenjian Island." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. The generals bowed to Lu Chen's seat and said, "Best farewell to Your Majesty." After Lu Chen left the imperial study room, he went directly to King Kai Palace. At this time, Lu Qingkai was meditating in the pavilion. After she felt Lu Chen's breath, she suddenly opened her eyes. Then Lu Qingkai stood up, looked at Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty is not accompanying the newly acquired beauty next door, so what are you doing here?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Madam, are you jealous?" Lu Qingkai laughed and said, "Why am I jealous? Tell me, you came here to ask me what you want from me." Lu Chen came to see her whenever he had nothing to do, usually to play with her body. However, Lu Chen had played with Mu Yongzi for several days and nights at Mu Yongzi's place before. It was impossible for him to think about it again so soon. This kind of thing happened. This guy just went to the royal study room, and he most likely encountered something, so he came to look for him this time, probably because he had something to do with him. Hearing Lu Qingkai's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Can't I just miss my wife and come to see my wife?" Lu Qingkai snorted softly and said, "I am not the wives and concubines in your harem. I never believe your lies." End of chapter. Chapter 648. Are you sure you are talking about Xianzhou? Not a flying boat. After hearing Lu Qingkai's words, Lu Chen's eyes swept around Lu Qingkai's body and took a look at Lu Qingkai's graceful figure. Lu Qingkai's waist is like a willow branch swaying gently, and like fine threads. Her waist is so slender that it can be held with one hand. The protruding chest and upturned buttocks add a bit of mature womanness to her. The charm makes people fall in love with it. Her figure is tall and well proportioned, and every movement reveals elegance and nobility. Her skin is as white as jade, delicate and smooth, as if it has been polished over the years, making it even more crystal clear. The gorgeous light blue palace dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. The skirt swayed gently with her steps, like a blooming flower, blooming with endless charm. Seeing that Lu Chen kept staring at his body, and finally his eyes fell on his waist, Lu Qingkai couldn't help but tremble slightly. This guy couldn't be satisfied next door, so he came to find himself, right? When she thought of this, Lu Qingkai felt her body become a little hot. She couldn't refuse this man at all now. Lu Chen took a few steps and came to Lu Qingkai. Lu Qingkai subconsciously took 2 steps back, and ended up retreating to the pillar of the pavilion. Lu Chen came to Lu Qingkai's side, hugged Lu Qingkai's waist, and said with a smile, "Madam, what are you thinking about? Why are your cheeks turning red?" Lu Qingkai tried to keep her indifferent expression, and said coldly, "If you have something to do, just say it quickly. I still have to practice." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I do have something to ask you for." After hearing this, Lu Qingkai thought, indeed. But this guy always talked about things, so why did he move his hands and feet? Lu Chen's hands subconsciously moved various parts of Lu Qingkai's body and began to knead it. Lu Qingkai turned his head slightly and glared at Lu Chen, "Your Majesty really doesn't waste any time." While talking about things, he also touched her and acted like a lustful person incisively and vividly. Lu Chen ignored Lu Qingkai's contemptuous eyes and asked calmly, "I just want to know, have you ever driven an immortal boat?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Qingkai was stunned for a moment. Immortal boat? She even felt like she was hallucinating. After coming back to his senses, Lu Qingkai asked, "Do you have an immortal boat?" Lu Chen said mysteriously, "Guess what?" Lu Qingkai snorted softly, "Of course I have driven an immortal boat before, but the immortal boat is not something that ordinary forces can afford." "Are you sure you are talking about the immortal boat and not the flying boat?" The difference between Xianzhou and Fiazhu seems to be only one word, but the difference is huge. The flying boat can only be driven in a certain world, while the ferry boat can travel through the universe and go to any world. If Lu Chen really had the immortal boat, then they could leave this world directly. She had gone through so much trouble just to leave this world. If Lu Chen tells her now that he really has an immortal boat, then she will feel in her heart why she went through so many things in the first place. Lu Chen said, since you have driven an immortal boat before, it will be easy to handle. Having said this, Lu Chen put his arms around Lu Qingqiu, transformed and went directly to Mu Yongzi's bath. At this time, Mu Yongzi had just gotten up from the bed and entered the bathtub. When she felt the sudden aura, Mu Yongzi was startled. She quickly covered her body with her hands. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqiu and Lu Chen's arms sneered and said, everyone has eaten everything and wiped it clean. What is there to cover up? When she realized it was Lu Chen and Lu Qingqiu, Mu Yongzi put down her hands. Then she looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, Your Majesty, isn't there something wrong? Why are you back? Speaking of this, she glanced at Lu Qingqiu and Lu Chen's arms again, and she became even more curious. Even if Lu Chen came back, why did he bring this woman here? Just when Mu Yongzi was confused, Lu Chen asked, Yongzi, have you ever driven a ferry boat before? Hearing this question, Mu Yongzi had the same reaction as Lu Qingqiu just now. She froze in the bathtub, and then she asked, isn't the flying boat your majesty asked about? Is it the ferry boat? Lu Chen said, you think it's strange that I have an immortal boat? Hearing Lu Chen's rhetorical question, Mu Yongzi reacted instantly. Yes, this bastard is the son of the great emperor, so it is normal for him to have an immortal boat. There is no need for her to be too surprised, but if she had an immortal boat, wouldn't she be able to leave this lower world? But thinking of this, Mu Yongzi glanced at Lu Chen. She was now the plaything of Lu Chen's son of the great emperor. It was not up to her whether she could leave. She could only stay by Lu Chen's side and provide for him. Chen has fun. In an instant, Mu Yongzi's enthusiasm for the ferry boat dissipated. If it had been before, she would have been so happy if she had heard that there was a ferry boat in this world. After all, she had dreamed of leaving this world at that time. But it's different now. Whether she can leave this world depends on her man's wishes. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Qingqiu on the side felt a little confused as to why Lu Chen would say such words, as if his status was very noble. Although she also believed that there might be a family of immortal cultivators behind Lu Chen, but even if there was a family of immortal cultivators behind Lu Chen, that family of immortal cultivators might not have an immortal boat. Immortal boats are not owned by all families, except those from the Holy Land. Moreover, Lu Chen said this to Mu Yongzi. So, Mu Yongzi already knows Lu Chen's true identity? Lu Qingqiu frowned slightly. She had been Lu Chen's woman for so long, and even she didn't know Lu Chen's true identity. However, Mu Yongzi knew Lu Chen's true identity. Why does this guy Lu Chen seem to be guarding himself? Maybe it's because she is a secondary body. She is someone else's clone. Although she has temporarily lost contact with the main body, when she leaves this world, she may be sensed by the main body again, and the main body will be able to know it at that time. All her memories. Lu Chen didn't tell himself his true identity, perhaps to prevent himself from being leaked. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqiu felt a little better. Mu Yongzi then said, I have controlled the ferry boat before, but I only did it once, so I am not particularly skilled. Lu Chen said, one time is enough. Since both ladies have sailed ferry boats, then the two ladies should go to Fenjian Island with their husbands. Mu Yongzi asked, Fenjian Island? Your Majesty's immortal boat is placed on Fenjian Island. Lu Chen smiled and said, yes. After hearing Lu Chen's affirmative answer, Lu Qingqiu was startled. Is there really an immortal boat? Then can they leave this lower world? The ferry boat can easily knock open a world and enter the universe to travel at will. With the ferry boat around, they can go to any world they want to go. Just when Lu Qingqiu was happy, Lu Chen continued, I have never driven an immortal boat, so I will be in trouble for the two ladies. Lu Qingqiu asked at this time, when does your majesty plan to go to Fenjian Island? Lu Chen glanced at Mu Yongzi, who was still soaking in the bath, and then replied, tomorrow morning. Mu Yongzi has been tormenting her for the past few days, so she must give Mu Yongzi a day to rest. For Mu Yongzi, a person in the creation realm, one day is enough for her to recover. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen put his arms around Lu Qingkai's waist and used apparition to return to the bedroom next door. Early the next morning, Lu Chen, Mu Yongzi, and Lu Qingkai set out on the road to Fenjian Island. The strength of the three of them has reached the creation realm. Although Tianchen world currently has no way to use power beyond the creation realm, even if they rush at the speed of heavenly beings, their speed is far faster than the speed of a train. Especially Lu Chen's speed. Lu Chen's apparition has been practiced to great perfection. As long as he continues to improve his level, the distance he can use apparition to teleport will be further. Now Lu Chen can teleport more than 10 kilometers directly using teleportation. It will take several days for Qin Yushan and the others to reach the dock on the southeast coast. However, Lu Chen and the two women took less than a day to reach the destination. Arrived at the dock of southeast Haibo. However, Lu Chen also consumed a lot of spiritual power. Although he still had some spiritual stones on his body that could replenish his spiritual power, in order to come back with enough spiritual power to learn how to drive the ferry boat, Lu Chen did not continue to use the mobile phone. He changed his appearance and took a warship to Toyan Island. A few days later, Lu Chen and the others finally arrived at Fenjian Island. Looking at the misty island in the distance, Lu Chen felt a little emotional. He had wanted to come to this place for a long time, but he had delayed coming until now. Lu Chen, Lu Qingkai, and Mu Yongzi immediately jumped to the island. At this moment, Fenjian Island is like a cursed Jedi, with gusts of sinister winds that make people shudder. The rocks on the island are rugged, as if they are countless imprisoned evil ghosts, twisting their bodies and making low roars. The waves are beating against the rocks, making a sound. The shrill roar was like a dead soul wailing. The trees on the island have strange shapes, and their branches and leaves are twisted, as if they have been twisted by some evil force. From time to time, there are strange sounds coming from the leaves, as if something is whispering, which is creepy. Although it is daytime now, the entire Fenjian Island seems to be in the dark. The sunlight is blocked by thick clouds. The island is pitch black, with only the occasional flash of phosphorus fire, like the eyes of the dead peeping at everything. The sea breeze carries the smell of saltiness and decay was nauseating. Walking on this eerie island, every step feels like stepping on a knife's edge, making people terrified. This place is full of endless terror and despair. Perhaps because he didn't like this kind of environment, before Lu Chen could say anything, Lu Qingkai raised her hand and a majestic spiritual power surged out of her body. In an instant, all the fog on Fenjian Island was covered. Blow away. The next moment, a magnificent palace complex appeared in front of the three people. Chapter 649 Immortal Boat Weapon Spirit. When the fog on Fenjian Island dissipated, the system prompts in Lu Chen's mind also rang. It has been detected that the host is approaching the Fihung Immortal Boat. Do you want to receive the reward now? Lu Chen chose without hesitation, yes, get it immediately. The next moment, the entire Fenjian Island trembled, and the people on Fenjian Island quickly stabilized their bodies. Immediately afterwards, those palace-like buildings slowly rose. Soon, the original appearance of the entire Fihung Immortal Boat appeared in front of everyone. The Fihung Immortal Boat is an extremely gorgeous giant boat. The ferry boat floats on the sea, just like a palace floating on the water. The buildings on it are even more exquisite and breathtaking. On the bow of the ship, a splendid dragon pavilion stands, with its scales flashing and its eyes gleaming, as if it is ready to soar into the sky at any time. The ferry boat is inlaid with various gems, which is dazzling. On both sides of the ship, there are exquisite pavilions with cornices, carved beams, and painted buildings, and various flowers, birds, fish, and insects are carved on the window lattice, which are lifelike, as if they will break out of the window at any time and spread their wings to fly. At the stern of the ship is a spacious back garden with pavilions, bridges, flowing water, and exotic flowers and plants. Seeing the huge ferry boat in front of them, Mu Yongzi and Lu Qingkai were stunned and did not come back to their senses for a long time. Although they have seen ferry boats, they have never seen such a huge ferry boat. To build an ferry boat, they first need a lot of precious materials. After all, they are traveling in the universe. If the materials are not good, the ferry boat will be destroyed at any time. All may fall apart. Moreover, building an immortal boat also requires a large amount of top-quality spiritual stones to construct a magic circle. Such a large ferry boat has an unknown number of magic circles on it, and it is unknown how many top-quality spiritual stones it will cost. The most surprised person at this time was not Mu Yongzi. Mu Yongzi already knew that Lu Chen was the son of the Great Emperor. It seemed reasonable for a son of the Great Emperor to own such a ferry boat, and it was not excessive at all. The most surprised person at this moment was Lu Qingkai. Lu Qingkai also knew that Lu Chen had an extraordinary origin and was a person who owned an immortal boat. Naturally, he could not be a child of an ordinary immortal cultivating family. However, she did not expect that Lu Chen's immortal boat could be so big. What kind of person can own such a big ferry boat? The ferry boat of her main body is not big. Just by looking at the ferry boat, one can tell that Lu Chen's true identity is more noble than her main body. After being surprised, Lu Qingkai suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, she had been worried that after she left this world, or after her main body found her, she and Lu Chen would be solved together. Now it seems that Lu Chen is not afraid of her main body at all. The person who can own such a huge ferry boat must be the son of a high-level master of the world, or even the prince of a certain dynasty in the universe. With the blessing of such an identity, it is not impossible for her secondary body to get rid of the main body and exist independently from now on. Just when Lu Qingkai was thinking about his wishful thinking, Lu Chen said, "You two ladies, this is my ferry boat. How about it? Is my ferry boat big enough?" After hearing this question, the two women came to their senses, and Mu Yongzi said at this time, "Big enough, your majesty is worthy of being." At this point, Mu Yongzi paused and did not continue. Lu Chen was teasing Mu Yongzi and reminded Mu Yongzi that few people knew his identity, so he should not tell others. Of course, Lu Chen's real purpose was not to fear that his identity would be revealed. He just didn't want his wives to be more afraid of him. Since Mu Yongzi knew his identity, she had been completely obedient to him. Although she was still a bit harsh verbally, she became extremely honest physically. It would be pointless for Mu Yongzi to be alone, but it would be meaningless if all his wives and concubines became like this. Seeing Mu Yongzi hesitate to speak, Lu Qingkai's inner curiosity was instantly aroused. She looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Your Majesty has such a huge immortal boat. I wonder what force your Majesty comes from?" Seeing Lu Qingkai ask this question, the corners of Mu Yongzi's mouth slightly raised. Lu Qingkai, a woman, really didn't know Lu Chen's true identity. Mu Yongzi felt a little secretly happy when she thought that Lu Qingkai had followed Lu Chen for so long without knowing Lu Chen's true identity, and that she knew who Lu Chen was not long after becoming Lu Chen's woman. She felt that her connection with Lu Chen was closer than that between Lu Qingkai and Lu Chen. When Mu Yongzi was thinking this, the smile on his face froze instantly. Wait, how could she have such an idea? If she is happy because of this kind of thing, doesn't it mean that her heart has been conquered by Lu Chen and she now has a servile nature? It's over, she is really going to become Lu Chen's slave girl. She felt like she was already on the road to being domesticated. After hearing Lu Qingkai's question, Lu Chen put his arms around Lu Qingkai's waist, and then said, "You don't need to know so much, you only need to know that my true identity is not afraid of your main body at all, even if your main body if you come, you can only become my wife and concubine. This. Hearing Lu Chen's arrogant tone, Lu Qingkai further confirmed his suspicion that Lu Chen might really be a prince of a certain dynasty. If this is the case, she may not really have to worry about the main body finding her. Only. What Lu Chen said about letting her body be his wife and concubine. I'm afraid this is a bit bad. She looks exactly like her main body, so just having her as a clone is enough, and what does her main body do? Lu Chen looked up at the ferry boat in the distance and said, "Okay, let's not waste time. Since you two have driven the ferry boat, please teach me how to control the ferry boat." Having said this, Lu Chen jumped up and jumped onto the ferry boat. When they heard that Lu Chen asked them to teach him how to control the ferry boat, they were both stunned. Lu Chen owns an immortal boat, but he doesn't know how to control it. This. But soon the two of them figured out that it was normal for Lu Chen not to be able to control the ferry boat. With such a noble status, he might have been arranged by others for his food, clothing, housing, and transportation since he was born. Even if he uses an immortal boat to travel, someone else will control the immortal boat. There is no need for him to control the immortal boat. The two girls no longer thought about it, and they immediately jumped onto the ferry boat. After Lu Chen arrived at Xianzhou, the system prompt sounded in his mind. The host needs to come to the control formation of the ferry boat, drop a drop of blood, and completely activate the ferry boat. Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all, and went directly to the bow of the ferry boat and found the formation. The formation is as big as a round table for 10 people usually eating. The entire formation is decorated with countless white jade stones. These jade stones look like some kind of special spiritual stones. Lu Chen didn't think much, took out the god-slaying sword, cut his palm directly, and then dripped some blood on the center of the formation. The next moment, the formation composed of white jade stones emitted red light. After the red light flashed, the entire ferry boat actually flew up and floated in the air. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingkai and Mu Yongzi were slightly startled. Didn't Lu Chen just ask them to teach him how to control the ferry boat? Why can he control it himself? Just when the two women were thinking this, a red light emitted from the center of the jade formation once again, and then, a looming girl in red appeared in front of the three of them. The girl in the red dress is like an elf in the flames. Her red dress is like the flaming clouds in the sunset. It is gorgeous and warm, making people unable to take their eyes away. The hem of her dress flutters gently with her steps, as if it is brought up. Gusts of blazing wind. Her face is delicate and picturesque, her eyes are like bright stars, shining with firm light. Her nose is high and her lips are as red as cherries, which adds a bit of charm. Her long hair flows like a waterfall and flutters in the wind. And the red clothes set off each other, like a moving picture. Her figure is graceful, as soft and powerful as a willow branch. She is floating in the air, and there is a sense of agility and immortality in her movements. People can't help but want to get closer, but they are afraid of disturbing her tranquility. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that she was not a real person. After all, her body was looming, as if she was going to disappear at any time. At this time, the two women behind Lu Chen had already figured out the true identity of the girl in red. Mu Yongzi couldn't help but said, "This is the immortal boat artifact spirit." Both women were silent. Even if you have a fairy boat, Lu Chen's fairy boat actually comes with its own weapon spirit. The fairy boat with the weapon spirit still needs to be controlled by someone. The owner only needs to tell the weapon spirit where it needs to go, and the weapon spirit will do it by itself. Can control the ferry boat to fly to that place. At this time, the Xianzhou artifact spirit stared at Lu Chen with its big eyes, and Lu Chen also stared at the red-clothed artifact spirit in front of him. Seeing such a beautiful artifact spirit, Lu Chen couldn't help but fall out of the system interface, wanting to see her rating. How about it? As a result, when the system panel dropped out, it only showed that she was the immortal boat artifact spirit, and there was no other rating or favorability interface. Lu Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, others didn't know about this, otherwise they might think that he had unique taste and wanted to do something like that to a ship. Lu Chen then said to the system, "System, is the immortal boat artifact spirit loyal?" The system replied, "Items that have signed a contract with the host, including various spiritual weapons, have a 100% favorability towards the host." Lu Chen said, "That's it." Lu Chen was about to continue asking about the Fiheng immortal boat when he saw the red-clothed weapon spirit saluting Lu Chen and saying, "Greetings to the master." The voice of the red-robed weapon spirit was clear and sweet, making people feel as if they were a real person. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he said, "Get up. By the way, do you have a name?" The ferry boat weapon spirit replied, "Return to the master, the slave has no name." Lu Chen thought for a moment and murmured, "Fiheng immortal boat. Fiheng immortal boat. Then you will be called Hong Hong from now on." End of chapter. Chapter 650. The ferry boat with its own weapons. After hearing that Lu Chen got the name, the girl in red didn't have any expression change on her face, but she saluted again and said, "Thank you, master, for giving me the name." Lu Chen did not continue to talk nonsense. He immediately said to Hong Hong, "Hong Hong, move towards the northwest." After hearing Lu Chen's order, Qiling Hong Hong said, "Yes, master." 69shux.com. Then Hong Hong turned around and controlled the ferry boat to fly in the direction of Yanchenge. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's mind. There is a contractual relationship between the host and the Fiheng immortal boat. The host only needs a thought, and the Fiheng immortal boat artifact spirit can detect the host's thoughts without deliberately giving orders. After hearing the system prompts, Lu Chen stared at Hong Hong's back and became even more satisfied with her. He didn't expect that the Fiheng immortal boat with the weapon spirit was so useful. However, what Lu Chen didn't know was that after Hong Hong turned around, her expressionless face changed slightly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to twitch a few times. Watching Lu Chen direct the weapon spirit to fly towards Yanchenge, Lu Qingkai said from the side, "Your Majesty, you no longer need us to teach you how to control the ferry boat, right?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "No need, I didn't expect this ferry boat to be so convenient. It can fly without anyone controlling it." Mu Yongzi said from the side, "Your Majesty, not all ferry boats are so convenient. Only ferry boats like Your Majesty's that have weapon spirits do not require human control." Lu Chen came to the bow of the ferry boat at this time and looked at the endless ocean in the distance. He felt very comfortable. With this ferry boat, it would be easy for them to chase down the enemies in the foggy world. No matter how fast the disciples in the mist world run, they can't be as fast as the immortal boat. When the time comes, the War Dragon army will put the rune pattern cannon on the immortal boat and chase and bombard the enemies in the mist world. Thinking of that scene, Lu Chen felt very happy. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then asked the system, "System, are there any weapons on this immortal boat?" Lu Chen thought of the god-killing spear. The god-killing spear was originally found from Fenjian Island. The god-killing spear and the Fiheng immortal boat appeared at the same location. It is very likely that the god-killing spear fell from the Fiheng immortal boat. Arms. Fiheng immortal boat is such a big ferry boat. In addition to personal weapons such as the god-killing spear, there should be weapons assembled on the ferry boat, right? Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, the system prompt sounded. The Fiheng immortal boat has a heaven-level attack formation. As long as the host has enough spiritual stones or spiritual power, it can always use the Fiheng immortal boat's attack formation. After hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen was very happy. As he thought, the Fiheng immortal boat came with its own weapons. Then Lu Chen continued to ask, How many spiritual stones does it cost to use a formation attack? The system answered, depending on the power, it ranges from 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones to 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Lu Chen fell into silence. Not to mention 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, he doesn't even have 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones with him now. Where did he find so many high-grade spiritual stones? Forget it, it seems that the weapons that come with Fiheng Xianzhou will not be needed to clear out the invaders in the misty world this time. After Lu Chen stood on the bow of the ferry boat and looked at the scenery for a while, he felt that it was not interesting anymore. He was surrounded by endless sea kings and there was nothing interesting to see. Immediately, Lu Chen transformed and came to the side of Mu Yongzi and Lu Qingkaiu. He put his arms directly around the waists of the two beauties, and then walked towards the palace of Xianzhou with his arms around her. As he walked, he said, "You two ladies, come with me to visit the ferry boat and see what is on the ferry boat." The two girls didn't think much. They were hugged by Lu Chen and followed Lu Chen to the palaces in Xianzhou. The palace of the immortal boat is extremely luxurious, with glittering gold everywhere. It looks like gold, but the materials used to make the immortal boat are obviously more precious than gold. The entire immortal boat is over 1,000 meters long, and there are countless rooms inside. The three of them walked around for who knows how long, but they still haven't finished the entire immortal boat. At this time, they came to the core area in the center of the ferry boat. There was a main hall in the core area. Above the main hall was a golden dragon head and a golden seat, which looked like the dragon chair where the emperor sat. Lu Chen then entered the main hall with Lu Qingkaiu and Mu Yongzi in his arms and looked at the entire hall. At this time, Lu Chen released his spiritual power and discovered that there was a bedroom next to the main hall. There was everything in the bedroom. Beds and bedding are all available. Lu Chen seemed to be saying to Mu Yongzi and Lu Qingkaiu, "Yongzi, Qingkaiu, we have been shopping for so long and are tired. It's time to take a rest." They have been busy traveling these past few days and have not done anything intimate on the way. Now that they have a ferry boat to travel, they can really take a good rest. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two women instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. This bitch man can be emotional no matter where he is. After not doing that kind of thing for the past few days, he obviously has some ideas. The two women didn't object. They had already been eaten up by Lu Chen, so there was no point in objecting. And after seeing this huge ferry boat, the two of them were even more convinced of Lu Chen. Before the two women could say anything, Lu Chen carried the two women to the bedroom next door, and then laid them down on the soft big bed in the bedroom. This bed is very huge and can accommodate 7 or 8 people sleeping at the same time, and there is still room for movement. Lu Chen even doubted whether this was the big bed that the system had prepared for him a long time ago. This big bed is almost the same as the big bed he had in the palace. After Lu Chen placed the two women on the soft couch, he pressed directly on Mu Yongzi's body and kissed Mu Yongzi's red lips. At this time, Lu Qingkaiu was watching from the side. After a while, Lu Chen entered the state, turned to look at Lu Qingkaiu and said with a smile, "Qingkaiu, don't you want to see how I punish Yun Xi, then what can you do today? See it clearly." After saying that, Lu Chen began to punish Mu Yongzi. Under Lu Chen's punishment, Mu Yongzi completely lost his consciousness, and his whole body could only be tortured mercilessly by Lu Chen. When he was in Yanchinj Palace, Lu Qingkaiu spied on Lu Chen punishing Mu Yongzi, but at that time he was only outside, not as close as now. Seeing Mu Yongzi, her former ally, being tortured to death by Lu Chen, like a lowly female slave, Lu Qingkaiu felt extremely happy, and the resentment she felt when she was able to escape from Lu Chen gradually dissipated. Although she felt miserable after being eaten up by Lu Chen, the carefreeness of her ally Mu Yongzi made her even more uncomfortable. Now that Mu Yongzi has to endure the same pain as her, she naturally feels much better. At the same time, on the ferry boat control formation, Hong Hong was still meticulously controlling the ferry boat to fly to Yanchenge. Although her expression didn't seem to change at all, her eyelids were beating constantly. If Lu Chen saw this scene here, he would definitely be very curious as to why a weapon spirit's eyelids would jump like this, as if he was speechless about something in particular. At this time, the speed of the ferry boat began to become faster and faster, and the surrounding space became more and more blurred. If people were outside, they could only see lines. Lu Chen, who was still lying on Mu Yongzi, had no idea that the speed of the immortal boat had increased. Not only Lu Chen, but also Lu Qingkai on the side did not notice. The outside of the ferry boat is protected by a barrier. No matter how fast the ferry boat is, the people inside the ferry boat cannot sense it. Not long after, Lu Chen saw that Mu Yongzi was completely dead. He was about to change his target when suddenly a voice came directly to Lu Chen's mind. "Master, Yanchenge has arrived." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard Hong Hong's voice. "Arrive? So fast? How long has it been?" "This is it, he has just finished punishing Mu Yongzi, and he has already arrived in Yanchenge? He didn't feel the speed of the immortal boat at all just now." Lu Chen glanced at the charming Lu Qingkai next to him, and then said, "I'm going to take a look outside first, and we'll continue after we return to the palace later." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen put on his clothes and then came to the ferry boat. He looked down and found that the bottom was indeed the Yanchenge palace. However, when such a large ferry boat appeared in the sky above Yanchenge, the entire Yanchenge seemed to have no reaction at all. Just when Lu Chen was wondering why there was no reaction from people outside, the system beep sounded. The ferry boat can be completely invisible, simulate the surrounding environment, and integrate with the environment. Unless there is an attack on the ferry boat, it will be difficult for ordinary people to detect the ferry boat. Lu Chen said, "So that's the case. Then wouldn't it be easier for him to deal with those disciples in the Hedao stage in the Misty World?" He directly carried thousands of war dragon troops to the sky above the peace talks and waited in stealth mode, waiting for the arrival of the forces in the Mist World. As soon as they arrived, he immediately launched an attack to catch them off guard. Of course, it is not only aimed at those disciples in the Hedao stage in the Mist World, but this trick can also be used to attack all forces in the Mist World. Lu Chen didn't think about it anymore. He then returned to the palace on the ferry boat. As soon as he returned to the palace, he heard Lu Qingkai mocking Mu Yongzi in a cold tone, "You smell like a fox, a superior barbarian goddess, why? Now we have ended up like this. Looking at your belly, those who didn't know would have thought you were pregnant with that man's child." Facing Lu Qingkai's ridicule, Mu Yongzi said indifferently, "It is my honor to be His Majesty's concubine. Let alone his concubine, I am willing to become His Majesty's furnace. I, the woman who became His Majesty after you, know His Majesty's identity, and some people have been eaten up by His Majesty long ago. As a result, they still don't know who His Majesty is." Lu Qingkai snorted coldly and said, "She is indeed a shameless woman. Her innocence was taken away and she was tortured like a slave girl. She is not ashamed but proud of her." Mu Yongzi said tit for tat, "I am like this, but you are not much better." Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel, Lu Chen's voice came, "What are the two ladies discussing?" End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.